Good evening and welcome to tonight's joint meeting of the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission. I would like to call on Mr. Turner to explain how tonight's meeting will work and how the public can participate. Mr. Turner, could you help us with that?
Yes, good evening, Chair Dorn. Regarding the procedures for communicating tonight, the commissioners will have their webcams on for the duration of the meeting. For those presenting on an item on tonight's agenda, we ask that you also turn on your microphone and webcam during the presentation for your item. A member of staff will assign you keyboard and mouse controls if you're displaying a presentation. We then kindly ask that you turn off your webcam and microphone when done with the presentation portion of your item, unless called upon by the chair or chairs in this case. During the public comment period, members of the public will have an opportunity to share their comments or questions by clicking on the hand icon on your screen, upon which staff will introduce you and activate your microphone. Alternately, for those calling in into tonight's meeting, please click *9 on your keypad to notify staff that you have a comment. And with that said, I will hand it back to you, Chair Thorne.
Thank you. So I would like to do a roll call for the Planning Commissioner next, and then we'll ask Chair Grove from the Housing Commission to call a roll call for the Housing Commission. So tonight, do we have Mr. DeCarty?
I am here, thank you.
Commissioner DeCarty, Vice Chair DeCarty, thank you. Commissioner Harris?
I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Commissioner Kennedy?
I am here, and I just have to let folks know that I have my kids with me tonight. So if I have to step away from my computer to put a kid to bed very rapidly, I'm here listening.
Thank you. Do we have Commissioner Riggs? Is he on? Looks like we do not. Commissioner Tate?
I'm here. Good evening.
And myself, we have 5 members present. We're expecting Commissioner Riggs and Commissioner Barnes to be available at some point, but we do have a quorum for the Planning Commission. Chair Grove, would you like to take the roll call for the Housing Commission?
Certainly. Good evening. So in no particular order, do we have Commissioner Horst?
Present.
Commissioner Bigelow?
Present.
I'm Commissioner Grove and I'm present. Commissioner Leach?
Here.
Commissioner Pimentel?
Here.
Commissioner Nguyen? Not present. And Commissioner Merriman?
Good evening. I'm here.
Okay. So we also have a quorum.
Great, thank you. So next order of business is consideration of a pair of resolutions. For the Planning Commission, we have a consideration of a resolution of the Planning Commission authorizing teleconference meetings in compliance with AB 361. There's a similar resolution for the Housing Commission. There's a single staff report prepared by Ms. Sandmeyer, short staff report. I think this is largely a formality, but have anything to add? Would you like to talk about the staff report at all, the resolution?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Well, in that case, if someone has a motion on the resolution for the Planning Commission, I would entertain a motion.
Excuse me, I apologize, Chair, it's Mary Wagner. We do need to take public comment.
Oh, okay. In that case,
Can we take public comment on both the Planning
Yes.
Commission and the Housing Commission resolutions? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
in that case, let's open it up to public comment. Mr. Turner, how many people do we have in attendance from the public tonight?
I currently see 47 people, 48 people in attendance. People seem to be trickling in here.
Okay. In view of the large attendance, I think we should limit public comments to 2 minutes per, in lieu of our usual 3 minutes, in order to have some hope of getting out by 11 o'clock. Chair Grove, does that sound satisfactory to you?
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
Okay, Mr. Turner, do we have any hands raised right now? Comment on this resolution?
Not at this moment, but just as a reminder, if you do have a public comment, please click the raise hand icon on your Zoom screen. That'll notify staff that you would like to make a public comment. And if you are calling in, press *9.
Thank you. So we'll give people just a minute to raise their hands. I want to note for the record that Commissioner Riggs has joined us in the interim. Commissioner Riggs, can you hear us? Could you unmute your mic and say something so we can be sure we can hear you?
There we go. Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me? All right.
Yes, thank you. So Mr. Turner, do we have any public comments on this resolution?
We do, yes. I'd like to introduce at this time, looks like John Rosenbaum. I will, as a reminder, you have 2 minutes this evening to share your public comment or question. Please clearly state your name and address, political jurisdiction in which you live, or your organization affiliation. And with that, Mr. Rosenbaum, you have the ability to unmute yourself. And
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, this is the first time I've been to the meeting, but is this, are you requesting that I want to comment on the third agenda item, not the first 1 and 2?
No, we're on 1 and 2 now. This is on the resolution authorizing teleconference meetings.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll tune me in for number 3, please.
Okay, well, you'll have another chance later in the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Turner, are there any other hands raised?
I do not see any hands raised on this item.
Okay, if it's agreeable to Chair Grove, I'd like to close public comment on this and move to a roll call, or actually ask for a motion. Commissioner DeCardi,
Yeah, I'll move to approve as submitted.
do we have a second?
A second.
Commissioner Tate seconds. So I'll call the roll. Commissioner DeCardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Riggs,
Yes.
Commissioner Tate,
Yes.
and I'll vote in favor as well. So we're 6 in favor, 0 against, with Commissioner Barnes still absent. I would like to ask the members when we're voting to turn on your mic and do it orally, because I can't see everyone on the screen at the same time. Chair Grove, do you want to take the roll?
Sure.
For the planning commission?
So can I have a motion to adopt the resolution as submitted?
So moved.
Okay. Second, can I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So I'll take a roll call. Commissioner Horst,
Aye.
Commissioner Bigelow,
Aye.
Commissioner Leach,
Aye.
Commissioner Pimentel, Commissioner Pimentel, do you vote? Are you there? Okay, I'm going to move on to Commissioner Merriman.
Yes.
And just in case she's joined, Commissioner Nguyen. Okay, she has not. And I vote aye, so that is 5 in favor. 1 person probably stepped away for a moment and 1 person absent. So that motion passes.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the next item on the agenda. This is the housing element update for the City of Menlo Park. The Planning Commission and the Housing Commission will review and discuss land use and site strategy options to meet the city's regional housing needs allocation, RHNA, as part of the state mandated housing element, and make a recommendation to the City Council on a preferred land use strategy to be further evaluated as part of the housing element update process. The city's fair share of housing is approximately 3,000 new housing units, ranging at all income levels for the planning period 2023 to 2031. We do have a staff report on this prepared by Mr. Bradley, who I believe is present here tonight. Mr. Bradley, did you have anything to add or any updates to the report?
Thank you, Chair Doran. No, I don't. I would just introduce Christabel and Asher, who will provide a presentation for the Housing Commission and the Planning Commission.
Great, thank you. So do we have any clarifying questions now, or should we go to the presentation?
I think it would be best to go to the presentation first, since some of the questions might be answered in the presentation.
Sure.
Okay.
So if the city staff would like to do their presentation, now is the time.
Hi, Chair Doran. This is Deanna Chow, Assistant Community Development Director. So we have here our full project team ready to help provide this presentation and address questions. So again, thank you to both the Planning Commission and Housing Commission for having this joint meeting on this very important topic and a City Council priority. And so to kick off the conversation, we have Christabel Soria Mendoza, as well as Asher Cohn, who will be providing the presentation, and then we'll be happy to address questions and part of the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Deanna. Hi, everyone. My name is Christabel. I use pronouns she, her, and hers, and I will be kicking off this presentation today. So we'll begin today with our presentation on the land use strategies that we've developed. And after the presentation, there'll be an opportunity for the commissions to ask any clarifying questions before they open for public comment. After that, the commissions will discuss the options and have an opportunity to make a recommendation to the City Council. In this presentation, we'll be going over some of our goals for the housing element, the RHNA Regional Housing Needs Allocation for the 5th and 6th cycle overview, as well as their criteria, projects that are in the pipeline, and the new housing needed. Then we'll give an update on our outreach and engagement efforts thus far, as well as the feedback we received from our last community meeting. Following that, we'll demonstrate the land use strategies that we've developed based on all of the previous topics. Then we'll end with what's next in our project timeline. So for Menlo Park's housing element, we've developed 3 high-level goals to guide our work on all aspects of the project. The first being a balanced community so that housing opportunities are increased throughout the entire city in a fair and equitable way. A strong focus on affordability of housing and social justice to ensure that all community members have a voice, and so that equitable outcomes are a focus of the entire planning effort. Thank you. Here are 4 relatively new concepts that have gained attraction over the past few years, as we've seen how discrimination, climate change, and so many other factors have affected communities, especially communities of color. When we talk about housing equity or any form of equity and justice, we need to consider the environmental, the racial, the social, and the housing injustices. Unfortunately, these types of housing injustices contribute to one another. So in order to achieve justice in all 4 categories, we have to fight for all of them. And we can't do one without the other. And that's why we're here today, talking about how to make the future of housing in Menlo Park balanced, affordable, and of course, equitable. This table here shows the 5th cycle RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, and what has been done through 2020. As you can see, the city has done quite a bit more housing than the total RHNA. However, affordable units are lacking, as you can see by the 64% of very low income housing done, 62% low income, and the 8% moderate income housing. Now, the amount of housing needed for this plan has increased from 655 units to just under 3,000. The HCD strongly recommends and basically requires that we plan for an additional buffer of 15 to 30%. So this increased our target to 3,830 housing units with that 30% buffer. Of those housing units, 2,161 would be affordable. Now, the need for housing in Menlo Park increased by 450% in one RHNA cycle. So to help meet this need, we're looking at using sites and pipeline projects from the 5th cycle, as well as housing opportunities in single family areas, commercial sites, the downtown and El Camino Real areas, publicly owned sites, religious facilities, and ADUs, accessory dwelling units. And now I'll hand it over to Asher to talk about some of the housing location criteria and our strategies.
Hey, thank you, Christabel. My name is Asher Cohn. I use he, him, his pronouns. And as Christabel said, I'm going to go through the presentation, talking about our strategies, land use options, and kind of taking it from here. So in order to figure out good places for the strategies that Christabel just spoke to, we really need to filter down all over 11,000 parcels in Menlo Park. And the way we did this, first we looked at parcels that are between a ½ acre to 10 acres. This is kind of the sweet spot as far as the state's concerned for where kind of the right size for affordable housing to be built. We looked at 30 dwelling units per acre. Is again, it's a state recommendation for a density that really promotes affordable housing production or building. And we really wanted to look at sites throughout the city and as well as in realistic amounts. We want to be able to look at the city holistically, look at the city as a system, and find places that would be really ideal for affordable housing in terms of proximity to transit, so they can get to work, so folks can get to work, schools, other services, as well as have available infrastructure so that these would be good quality homes that would really work for people who want to need them. Okay, so of course, looking at all the sites we're thinking about in the future, there's projects that are coming in right now. They're either approved or going through approval. And this gives a short list of these. These pipeline projects, there's all in the Bayfront area. And we're looking at, as you can see, over 3,000 units, 487 of which are classified as affordable. I'm also controlling the screen, so I have no one to complain when the slides don't go down like they're supposed to. It's really too bad. But these pipeline projects, you can see they're all within Council District 1. And these units by themselves, with the 2,756 units, these take care of Menlo Park's affordable housing requirement by themselves. So we didn't really focus on those, and it allows us to really focus on affordable units. That said, there's 487 units just in Council District 1. And this is about a quarter of the city's RHNA requirements. So we're looking for the rest of the units and really the land use options we're going through tonight. These are going to go through Council Districts 2 through 5 in order to, as Christabel was saying, equitably distribute housing as best we can throughout the city. So here you can see, the units that we need. We talk about pipeline projects. There's also ADUs, accessory dwelling units. We worked with 21 Elements. They developed a methodology for the entire county for how to consider ADU production over this 8-year time period. And they came up with 85 ADUs, so about 10 per year, and most of these are affordable. So you can see the 6-cycle RHNA with buffer that Christabel showed a few slides ago, and then we took out these pipeline projects and ADUs, and it leaves us with this bottom is kind of this net new units needed. You can see 899 very low income units, 180 low income units, 518 moderate income units, and that equals 1,597 total units. And then, as you mentioned a few times now, we're really wanted to distribute this equitably, not just because we want to, but also because the state has housing equity kind of requirements they require us to go through as well. So as I mentioned, there's already a lot going in District 1. So we're looking in districts 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we acknowledge this focus on affordability is going to require robust policies and programs to support this affordable housing production. And I'm going to mention this a few times, but right now we're focusing kind of on where the units are located. And then in the next steps, we're going to talk more about these robust policies and programs that are going to help us actually make sure this housing happens. So that said, this is the map of potential sites that they're in red. Basically, we, at this point, I said we're going to get more areas, and the site-by-site specificity will be once we get a little more input from people. We got a little bit 2 weeks ago at a community meeting. We'll get more tonight. We'll get more later on. And then we're going to get into the policies that are really inform what the housing element's going to look like. Hopefully on your computer, it's big enough where you can kind of see this map. I want to hold it here for an extra little bit so everyone can get a chance to see it and kind of make the notes they want to make. Okay, so I'll move on now. So the sites that you just saw, there's also sites that have expressed interest. These aren't really as formal an application as ones that be in the pipeline projects. But for example, the second line, there's SRI on Ravenswood between El Camino Real and Middlefield. They're thinking about a housing development on a section of the property. So they're thinking 400 units. So we already put that into our calculations. There's also the 335 Pierce Road, which is in the northwest corner of the city. Veterans Affairs, they're looking at developing 2 acres of the hospital campus into affordable housing site. 320 Sheridan, that's just adjacent to a flood park, is the former flood school. And then there's also a project at USGS, which they're considering as well. So these are things that, these numbers might change, but they kind of give us a kind of a pin to hold on to for where we are right now. So that kind of give us kind of like the data that goes into this. In addition to that quantitative work, we also did a lot of outreach and engagement throughout the past several months. We have a community engagement and outreach committee that we've been speaking with in terms of like how to get people out, get people involved. Community meetings, there's a community survey, which we conducted both online and in paper. We know there's been a couple issues. The online version has some kind of interesting, maybe suspicious activity. Staff's working with the vendor to validate those responses. We also know this right now, some paper surveys are unaccounted for. We're working to address those. Just really want to take a moment to acknowledge that there's kind of been things we're trying to get everything together, the community survey, but we've got a lot of responses so far. Really excited about that. We've also had pop-up events kind of throughout the city, had some few really good ones at the grocery stores. And then focus groups, individual interviews, apologies, with kind of like focused demographics, focused organizations like that, as well as a project gallery that we've had up in the libraries to give people who might not participate on the internet, as kind of a lot of us with the Zoom media maybe felt more comfortable with, people who can participate in person, kind of learn more about the project and give their input there. A couple of weeks ago, on September 23rd, we had a community meeting. I just kind of want to go over that to let you know the responses we got there. We asked where participants preferred affordable housing, and the most popular area was downtown El Camino Real area. And with city-owned lots downtown, I don't want to say these, when you said city-owned parking lots downtown, these are kind of the ones along the Santa Cruz corridor. I know there's other publicly owned lots that connect to parks that really wasn't a focus of our survey, as well as commercial areas. The areas that people ranked as their least preferred, the one they did not want to see housing in, those be single family areas, religious facilities, which basically, there's a new state law that allows religious facilities to build, that makes it easier for religious facilities to build affordable housing in their parking lots. So that's the thing, a strategy that's being considered, as well as multifamily areas. Within the commercial areas, we asked which of these 3 areas would you prioritize housing development in, if you can only choose one. And obviously, not going to choose one, we'll get into that with the land use options, but it was pretty evenly split, but a slight plurality said they prefer Sharon Heights as the area for housing development prioritization. And then when we asked, downtown between El Camino Real, the city-owned parking lots, and kind of like Santa Cruz Avenue surrounding west of El Camino Real, where would you prioritize housing development? And there, a pretty strong plurality said El Camino Real. So we also asked some open-ended questions about strategies to support affordable housing, where sites be suitable, kind of really open the floor what people wanted to mention. We got a lot of interesting response. A lot of people really built off each other in a way that I was at the meeting, I thought it was really interesting to see. But just kind of go through these. There was support for more density in Sharon Heights and downtown. There was a lot of interest, kind of thinking about the intersectionality of housing and education services, thinking about what housing means in terms of infrastructure, not just like pipes and wires, but also kind of like the living infrastructure of the city. There was discussion incentivizing developers to do inclusionary housing, specifically housing for people with disabilities, kind of supportive housing and specific projects like that. And there was some talk about considering city lots as well as the golf course for more housing. So all of this, and kind of the quantitative and qualitative put together, and this gave us the land use strategies we're going to go over for the next few slides. We, and again, I hope that no one's doing this on their iPhone, but this is all in the staff report in case you want a closer look at it later on or during the meeting itself. But we looked at areas around Willow, Middlefield, downtown, El Camino Real, and Sharon Heights. These are kind of the major areas that we looked at how we would change density of affordable housing within when we developed our options. And there's other sites as well. I mentioned this Ravenswood School District site near Flood Park. There's SRI site, which is right between this downtown area, the Middlefield area, as well as the religious facilities are pretty dispersed widely between districts 2 through 5. There's kind of a cluster here, but they're pretty dispersed. And we grouped we grouped the Ravenswood SRI religious facilities as other sites and kept these constant throughout the options. So you're going to see about like 22% or so of that housing is in these, but we really didn't twist this dial as much as we did the other ones. The differences in these options to go are about density and affordable housing again: Willow, Middlefield, El Camino, and Sharon Heights. So for option A, this is distribution equally distributed throughout the city. Put my notes on my other computer as well. So this would give about 2,221 units, and at the default density 85%, which is 1,883, would be for affordable housing. And you can see in the pie chart, it's about 22% downtown, 24% along Middlefield, 26% on Sharon Heights, 6% at Willow, and then 22% at these other sites. There we go. Option B, the mixed use development, this would focus on adding residential uses along Middlefield, particularly at the Middlefield and Willow intersection. There's a lot of stuff that's Office Park now, but if you're familiar with the Willow shopping market and kind of west along Middlefield from there, that's kind of this area this would focus on. This have 2,241 units, so not a big difference from option A. And again, 85% is affordable, and this would 1,901. And 42% of this 2,000 odd units would be along Middlefield, 10% downtown, 20% in Sharon Heights, 7% in Willow, which also would see a little bit more density of affordable housing at this option, and then 21 at other sites. And for option C, this is greater density in the downtown along El Camino Real. And this has, again, slightly more units, 2,257, and 1,917 would be affordable under this option. And you can see that 34% of these units would be in this downtown El Camino Real area, 19% at Middlefield, 20% at Sharon Heights, and 5% at Willow, and 21% at the other sites. So this table summarizes the last three pie charts. And it's worth taking a moment. I kind of want to explain where these came from, and there's some questions about this development ratio in the staff report. It shows the amount of each strategy that will be used in order to meet the city's housing needs. Basically considers the likelihood of any one site within these broad development areas, this downtown, Middlefield, Willow, Sharon Heights, considers the likelihood of their development with affordable housing. So kind of understand there's, we definitely narrowed it down from 11,000. We still have, it's about 80 to 90 parcels, and we basically can't expect all of these sites to develop in the 8-year planning period. So we adjust this development ratio to change the amount of acres and change the, therefore the amount of units in each strategy to reflect where the development focus would be. So the preferred option that we get out of this entire process after talking to you all and then talking to council, this will guide the policies that would need to be developed in order to support the option that's decided upon. So what we do is we use these this preferred option to give us the idea of what sort of supportive policies we need to influence the amount of development in a given area. So just an example, and there were tables in the staff report, so refer to those. But under downtown El Camino Real, there's a downtown Santa Cruz corridor, which for option A, 33% of the area would need to be developed with affordable housing. And option B, 25% of the area would be developed. In C, it's 75%. So this is where this development ratio percentages come into play. And once a preferred option is decided, these specific sites will be refined and policies be developed to encourage development on these sites. The increase in percentage of sites that needed for E option will require more incentives, including higher bonus densities to achieve the higher levels of housing production and affordability. So, please ask any more questions you have about that, but hopefully that, gets a sense of how these numbers were created and what they're going to feed into next as we go forward through this meeting and forward through the next few. And since we have this development kind of on a parcel by parcel basis, that it allows us to break down the housing by council district, which you can see in this, as well as by school district. And we realized the majority of the units fall within Menlo Park City School District. So we wanted to show this map to show that the majority of the city, about 52%, including all of the downtown El Camino Real and Middlefield areas, falls within the Menlo Park City School District boundaries. And because we're not including in these three options the pipeline projects that, again, are all in the Ravenswood City School District area, kind of this percentage that you see in the previous slide, it's kind of represents the city, represents where development is now, and it represents, where this development focus is going to be, but it doesn't include the pipeline projects, which is important to clarify, in terms of where the school district boundaries go. So the next steps after this meeting, we're going to get this input from you, and then we're going to have a meeting on October 26th. That's 3 weeks from now with City Council. And again, that's tentative. And then after we have that meeting, we're going to go back, talk amongst ourselves, develop the policies that will support the preferred option that we get from you all and from council. And we're going to have another meeting November 17th, possibly at the Housing Commission, possibly planning. I think that's something we're going to discuss kind of after this meeting and see how it fits onto the agendas and the upcoming agendas for everybody involved. So thank you so much for listening to the presentation. Looking forward to your questions. I'm going to keep it on this slide for a little bit. We have our thank you slide, but just to remind everyone about the process, as we go forward. I'm going to mute myself in a moment and allow everyone to ask their clarifying questions.
Thank you. I'd like to just note for the record that during the presentation, Commissioner Barnes joined us. Chair Grove, would you like to call for clarifying questions for the Housing Commission?
Sure. So, and just to clarify, we're going to do Housing Commission clarifying questions and then Planning Commission clarifying questions.
Correct.
Okay, so I will call on Commissioner Pimentel.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent report. Great work. Thank you. What assumption was included in heights? You mentioned densities at 30 per. What about heights? Some of the neighborhoods that you, or some of the areas you mentioned might be more tolerant of higher heights or breaking our normal height limit.
Hi, Commissioner. This is Jeff Bradley with M Group. Can you can hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, thank you. We haven't really got to that point of the analysis to really think too much about building heights. We really are focusing on sites that we think that meet the criteria, the locational criteria we need to satisfy to be potential housing opportunity sites, and utilizing the default density, which you've heard tonight, is that 30 units per acre, where state statute allows cities to plan for that density with the presumption that affordable housing projects can occur, are more likely if they're at least at that default density. Given that, we understand the portfolio of sites will shift as we go through this process. We get more input from the community, input from the two commissions tonight, and ultimately the council. And so if the universe of sites is restricted to some degree, we may need to increase the density to make up for that. That could obviously impact building heights. So we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves before we feel like we have a sort of a solid list of sites that we can really look at what the exact policy parameters need to be to make the development of this housing not just pass muster with the reviewers in Sacramento, but actually encourage local developers, nonprofit housing providers to actually build these projects that the city is supportive of.
Thank you. I guess at what point then do we consider which areas or sites might be more appropriate for taller buildings than beyond our normal height, knowing that also deals with the default density? Later, is that the answer? That's fine if it is.
Well, I think at any of these sites, our default starting point will be to see to what degree the sites can fit within the existing framework that's outlined in the zoning ordinance or in the area plans, and where we have a situation where we're coming up against that, we will flag that as an issue and say, if this, if site X needs to have an increased density, we expect it would, need a building height of X, which is 20 feet higher than the existing building height limitation. So we'll always compare back to an existing planning standard and let the public and the decision makers know where these sites are falling into that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Merriman.
Good evening. Thank you for the report. My question is really about how the density that you've articulated at 30 dwelling units per acre, how does that stack up then with the state density bonus law and with the city's affordable housing overlay? Are they all additive like a layer cake? And what does that upward limit of density really look like on a per acre basis?
Sure, thank you, Commissioner Merriman. That was something I've been researching recently, so I'm glad I still remember. But the state density bonus generally maxes out at about a 35% density bonus. There is a new state law for projects that have a higher level of affordability can go up to 50%. So generally, if we're talking about 30 units per acre as the default density, so we could go 35% above that, or in some cases 50%. So now we're up at 45 units per acre. And then the city also has the affordable housing overlay, which applies to properties within the downtown El Camino Real specific plan, as well as specific properties that carry the high density R4 AHO affordable housing overlay designation on the map. And those can go up to a maximum density bonus of 60 dwelling units per acre. But I do believe they are not additive. I don't believe you can't do the 35 or 50% with the state and then do 60% with the city. I think the city ordinance specifically calls out that it is meant for those projects that are exceeding the state density bonus requirements. So that's kind of the lay of the land for density bonuses. And that's something that we're definitely going to be taking a hard look at in terms of these sites, is to see if that framework is sufficient to encourage redevelopment of sites that in almost all cases are occupied by existing buildings. I don't believe we have any vacant land in our inventory. And so redevelopment of sites that have existing buildings is held to a stricter standard by the reviewers in Sacramento, because they rightly assume that having a building on a property makes it more difficult for affordable housing or even a market rate housing project to proceed on those parcels. So we'll have to have a fact-based showing that these sites, even though they're improved with structures, still have a viable path to becoming affordable housing developments.
Can I ask you to clarify something in your answer? You referred to the city affordable housing overlay as up to city units per acre, 60 units per acre. But then I think you also referred it to additional 60%.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Grove, Chairperson Grove. Correct. I meant a 60% density bonus.
Okay. But it's either or, like whichever yields the greater number is what can be applied.
That's my book learning version answer, but I would ask the Deanna Chow, the deputy director, to give me some real world education on that.
Hi, thanks, Jeff, and thanks, Commissioner Chair Grove. So yes, the affordable housing overlay was something that was created as part of our last housing element. And as Mr. Bradley mentioned, it is applicable to sites that have been zoned with the overlay, AHO overlay, which is codified in our zoning ordinance, and it's applicable to all of the downtown, El Camino downtown specific plan area. So a number of the sites that were rezoned along Haven Avenue are the sites that were rezoned with the AHO and along Willow Road. So Mid-Penn's property at the 1300 block and the 1200 block both applied the AHO overlay to accomplish additional below market rate units. It is something that, as Mr. Bradley mentioned, it's not additive, so you cannot apply our local BMR ordinance and then apply the AHO over it. You are able to select one of the density bonuses. So it could be from our BMR guidelines, it could be from the AHO, or it could be from state density bonus law. So there are sort of three different bonus opportunities that would achieve higher densities than the maximum allowed by the zoning ordinance. Does that help address your question, Commissioner or Chair Grove?
And Merriman, yes, I think.
And Merriman, thanks.
Okay, so I'll call on Commissioner Horst next.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to ask this question in the hope that and you having to explain it to me, it will be helpful to the public and maybe to a few other people, and it's not just 24 other people who totally understand everything, and I'm the only one who's behind. So I'm trying to wrap my head around the land use scenarios for the purpose of comparison. We're looking at the relative proportion of affordable units, because we're only talking about affordable units that each section of the city would bear in the different scenarios, right? And we're turning the dials, flipping the switches, we're changing the zoning designation in some cases in order to make that development happen. We can talk later about the density assumption. But in terms of the realistic development capacity of these sites, so what I mean is the magnitude of the response to the changes, like changing the density or the height or any of the other zoning controls, how do these options stack up against each other? Or do we not know that yet? And I'm just trying to understand that in order to provide reasonable feedback.
Thank you, Commissioner Hurst, Housing Commissioner. When you say how do they stack up against each other, do you mean strictly by the number of units or some other metric?
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand what is actually trying to compare the scenarios, not just but as a wish list of where it would be good for, where I think it would be good for the new housing to go, what we actually think is going to result in additional housing. And that's why I'm probably still not understanding this development ratio tool that's in the staff report. But I'm still having trouble in my own mind understanding the realistic, like I keep saying, realistic development capacity of the different scenarios. I may be the only one who's suffering from that, but I wish to maybe go back to, maybe it's a slide in the presentation where we can go over that to really understand, what is the likelihood of these different scenarios bearing out, the number of units that we actually need to see.
Sure, we can go back to any of the slides for sure, but I'd like to try to address your question kind of at a more general level. And I would put out there the idea that almost any property within the city could be planned for future housing. And if the city laid out a comprehensive program with incentives and concessions and adequate density bonuses, we could make a fair argument that site could develop within the 8-year planning period. And so really the question becomes, where do you want to do that? Where do you want to plan, like proactively plan for housing? Because as we've seen in the Bayfront, if you replan and rezone, several dozen acres or more for truly high density housing, up to 100 units per acre, the developers will come. Right? There's an industrial area that was been rezoned for housing, and now it's becoming a residential neighborhood. So to some extent, you can extend that logic and argue that if you want housing at Sharon Heights Shopping Center, close to the freeway, you could provide a package of planning policy incentives for that shopping center to redevelop. If you want housing downtown near the Caltrain, you could apply the appropriate planning regulations. And I do believe, being in this one of the highest priced real estate areas in the country, they will come. The developers, both for profit and nonprofit. And I think you could make that argument for any different area. So really the question has become, where is the best place to encourage and incentivize and really plan for more housing? Because if the city points to a collection of sites and says, this is where we want housing, and this is what we're willing to do to make that happen, a lot of that, I believe, will happen. Do you want to look at pie charts? we go back to
I
the pie
think-
chart.
Commissioner Horst, did that answer your question?
The time being, yes, thank you for.
Okay, all
illuminating.
right. Commissioner Bigelow.
Good evening, and thank you guys so much for this tremendous amount of information. It is terribly helpful to see who you've been reaching and how they're communicating with us. One thing that I wanted to call out and get a little bit more information on how you're shifting things moving forward was the demographic information of the community meetings. The respondents who gave demographic information, 71% of them were homeowners, 78% of them were white, and 48% of them were 55 years of age or older. I think that speaks to a certain subset of our population, but it isn't particularly representative. So I was wondering how you got there and how you're going to go about things differently so we can reach more people. Is one
Yes.
question, and then I have another, but answer that one first. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Commissioner Bigelow. We are constantly striving to reach as many people as possible, but especially reached voices that have been underrepresented in the past. And I've been pleasantly surprised how many people we've been able to connect with using the lowest tech level possible. And that's simply going out in the community and talking to people at the farmers market. We also had a series of pop-up events in Bellhaven where we set up at not one, but two actual markets in the community, as well as a nearby shopping center, and had the chance to interact with residents directly without the filter of the computer screen or the surveys or the other high-tech things that make planners so happy. It's great to actually meet people in their community face to face. Having said all that, we know we have more work to do. And like you said, the statistics are kind of on the other side of the ledger. But I will say, I've also been pleasantly surprised when we met with the homeowners, that fit that demographic that you talked about, older, whiter, wealthier. And they, as a group, they were very up to speed on the issues, very progressive in their thinking. I was expecting, to get a tongue lashing for all the stuff we've been talking about, but the homeowners I met in Menlo Park have all been very intelligent, thoughtful people. And I think we saw that also in the community meeting where the demographics were as you described, and we have in our staff report, but they still voted, strongly for a proactive direction, in support of utilizing basically the only one large commercial property, in their neighborhood for mixed use development. So I think we see people responding kind of in a productive manner, as opposed to, what some communities, people just want to just fight you about it and tell us to go, file an appeal with ABAG and, take it to Sacramento and tell them we're just not going to do it. But we've got nothing but good, productive, good faith efforts from what I've seen.
Well, I'm delighted to hear and not surprised in truth to hear that Menlo Park homeowners want to do the right thing. That seems like what our community is basically comprised of a lot of the time. I just want to make sure that state publicly, again, for the record, that we need to make sure that we are reaching out to voices who can speak for themselves, as opposed to having older, wider homeowners speak for them as well. So I appreciate your desire to reach out to those communities as well, and to know that there is some work to be done there. One other question that I had, I was intrigued by the differentiation between city parking lots and the downtown area as two distinct notions. Are they not one and the same?
Yeah, I think that's a function of just trying to be brief on the bullet points in the PowerPoint. During this entire process, our only thoughts about city parking lots have been about the downtown parking lots.
Rather than around Arriaga and City Hall, et cetera.
Yeah, we haven't looked at that in as a different case.
Okay, so sorry, follow-up question to tax you with. I appreciate you taking the time. Did those polled understand that the city parking lots that you were talking about were in fact the downtown parking lots? And
yes,
so they're kind of lumped together.
Right. Up until this point, it was always the downtown city-owned parking lots. Was the thing we were talking about when we were talking about parking lots.
Okay, so it looks to me like there's a tremendous amount of interest in building more housing downtown, whether it be on city parking lots or along El Camino then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I will take the last question slot for the Housing Commission. And I have a few questions. One is about development ratios, but honestly, I'd rather like have a one-on-one conversation to try to understand that, because I feel like you're sort of defining it two different ways, and maybe it's the same, but that's probably not this is not the right context for that. So I'm not asking that question. I am stating for the record that I don't 100% understand it. The thing I want to ask you about, though, is what is your understanding of what is required to incentivize very low, and I know it's not a RHNA allocation requirement, but extremely low income housing? I love your can-do attitude that we can make anything happen anywhere if we have the will, but we also probably need a lot of money to make anything happen. So some sense of how different sites compare in their feasibility for a nonprofit housing developer. Like you mentioned, the high price of land, that's, exciting for a for-profit developer who sees it, appreciating, maybe not so much for a nonprofit developer. So my question is a little bit rhetorical, because I think that city-owned, I talked to a few nonprofit housing developers, and more often than not, they either get $1 a year long-term lease from a jurisdiction for publicly owned land, or they get land donated to them as the developer's contribution. So how are you thinking about incentivizing this very low, extremely low, and low income, really the very low and extremely low income housing to actually get built? And we need so much of it, 900 and some units.
Yes, absolutely. Commissioner Grove, I've been making a study of the affordable housing projects that Menlo Park already has in the community to try to understand better the history and the genesis of how those projects came to be, because it is coming in from the outside. I feel like Menlo Park has a really good track record of facilitating projects that contain 100% affordable units at those lower income groups. And I'll give a shout out to Mid-Peninsula, Mid-Penn Housing. I know they've done a lot of work in the community, and they're represented at this meeting tonight, I believe, by an attendee. But you're right, the cost of housing the cost of land is a huge barrier for the construction of affordable housing. But to the extent we can identify sites in high opportunity zones, those sites by default are eligible for tax credit financing. And that it gives those projects a big leg up. And so having that diffusion of sites throughout the community and not restricted to just one area can be, in and of itself, can be an important piece of the strategy to make sure that the nonprofit community, the nonprofit developers of housing have access to those systems of financing those projects. Additionally, we also need to look at ways the city can increase the amount of funds that are available to contribute to affordable housing, because the city itself, of course, has been a key supporter of many of these affordable projects. So we need to look at everything from nexus studies to evaluate possible fees or fee increases on not just market rate housing projects, but also commercial development. Because obviously housing is driven by the new jobs that are created in the region. And to the extent that the city can harness that and provide an ongoing revenue stream to help support affordability, then that a lot of times can be the missing piece of the puzzle for financing these more affordable projects that the plan needs to provide for.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess a question, because I don't know, thinking about the cost of land, it is, you know, I don't know, what is it per acre? Maybe you have an idea in the downtown area, for example.
I wouldn't even hazard a guess at this point.
Okay. At some point I had a envelope, back of the envelope way of figuring it out, but it's a lot. And is there other city-owned land other than the parking lots? And on the parking lots, you know, the development ratio, if it is a percentage of the total area, are you saying, you know, I think you have it at 33%. Does that mean you're considering a third of all the city-owned parking lots downtown would be covered by housing?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And are there other city-owned? I mean, I know there are city-owned land, but are there any of them feasible for housing? Clearly not Sharon Park, we've established that, or any other green space, but parking lots, you know, built environments that is owned by the city, land that is currently leased to businesses that is owned by the city. Is any of that coming available? Have you done an inventory of all the city-owned land?
We have. The city provided a nice file of all those properties that we could map and look at. Unfortunately, most of them didn't seem to meet the size criteria we're looking for. And then the ones that were bigger that you had mentioned, I think the issue becomes, you know, it's not truly surplus property that would typically be converted into housing. And obviously the downtown parking lots are not surplus land in that same regard either. But we could take another look at other city-owned parking lots that are not in parks and see if there's further opportunities in that regard. Because I do agree that city-owned land component can be very, very important in providing the deeply affordable housing projects that we need.
Okay. That's it. Those are my questions. So I'll pass the baton or the gavel to Commissioner Doran.
Thank you. So if we have clarifying questions from the Planning Commission, now's the time. Actually, while people are thinking, I have a couple of questions myself. The first is about the density. Throughout the staff report, 30 units to the acre is mentioned as a benchmark pretty frequently. I know you can't say how many stories that is without some other variables input, but you know, I would like to just explore that a little bit. My sense is it doesn't require a great deal of height to get to 30 units to an acre. If you imagine the average unit was 1,500 square feet, that's 45,000 square feet, an acre is about 43,000. So clearly 1-story won't work. But with 2-story, you wouldn't have a whole lot of outdoor space, but you would. I mean, you'd use about half the land, right? I mean, 45,000 square foot total for 30 acres at 1,500 square feet would occupy 22,500 square feet and leave you 20,000 square feet of open space, for parking and access and whatever other open space uses you've got. And if you go to 3 or 4 stories, then obviously the amount of outdoor space available goes up, commensurately. So, to get to 30 units to an acre, you're not talking about necessarily very tall buildings. Am I looking at that correctly?
Chair Doran, I think you're on the right track. You're sort of jogging my brain here a bit. I've done a lot of work with the city of Campbell, which for years has had a maximum density of 27 units per acre. And those projects typically come in at around 3 stories.
Yeah.
With some combination of tuck under parking under a portion of the building, some landscaping, like you said, some setbacks.
So as another comparison, I had a class on this actually years ago while they were being built. There was a development that went in where the old newspaper was in Palo Alto on Lytton and Ramona. And I think those are about 20 or 22 units to an acre. And those are actually detached single family houses, some of them with ADUs, over the garage. But that's not particularly dense housing, right? I think that's what they were, 20 or 22 acre units to an acre. I had another question. Recently the state passed SB 9 and SB 10, which will have I think, pretty profound impact on our zoning decisions, Menlo Park and everywhere else in the state. And I don't really understand the interplay of those two bills with our own zoning ordinance here in Menlo Park. Conceivably, almost every single family lot in the state now is eligible to be split and for duplexes to be built on them. So we could get, a fair amount of density were that to happen. I also understand SB 10 requires cities to allow, I believe it's at least 10 units. Is it 10 units to the acre or 10 units to a lot? I'm not sure. If you're within a half mile of a transit corridor, I'd just like to try to understand, because I understand the state law will preempt our zoning ordinance, and we could make a plan based on our existing zoning ordinance, and the state preempts our zoning rules, and we have a completely different outcome than we planned for. Can you help me understand the interplay of the state laws and our zoning ordinance?
Sure, I'll try. They were just signed into law about, I think, a week and a half ago. So they're still very fresh, but to some extent, they're fairly simple, very blunt instruments that allow just about any single family property owner, as you described, to split their lot in half and then build 2 units on each lot. However, the initial analysis done by people smarter than me at UC Berkeley at the Turner Center, they did a very sophisticated analysis. You can go online and look at it. And they were looking at it more from a financing constructability standpoint. How many homeowners are going to tear down their house, go live somewhere else, and then build 2 or 3 or 4 new houses on their lot. And they came up with a pretty small percentage of projects that were even theoretically financially feasible. So in the bottom line for them was, or my bottom line from listening to their bottom line, was that this is going to be pretty close to what we see with ADUs, because anyone who owns a house in Menlo Park probably has the theoretical capacity on paper in terms of the financial aspects of it to go out and build an ADU. And based on that, we should be seeing hundreds and hundreds of them every year. But as you heard earlier tonight, we're lucky to get, 10 or 15 per year. And so there's there's a disconnect between what's financially feasible and what thousands of individual homeowners are willing to do with their own property. So I don't think SB 9 is going to be a big player in housing production. I do think SB 10 has more potential to be a changing factor. And my facts on it are a little bit different than yours. My reading of the law says it's 10 units per lot, up to no more than 10 units per lot. And it doesn't have to, it can be near transit, or it can be anywhere within a city. So that obviously opens up everywhere in the city. But it has a different twist to it in that it actually requires, or it allows the city to pass an ordinance to allow these types of projects. So it puts the control firmly with the city, whereas SB 9 puts the control firmly with the individual property owners. SB 10 allows the city to create a framework through an ordinance that is exempt from CEQA to plan for these maximum 10-unit projects scattered around. And since the city gets to write the ordinance, the city could decide it has to be near transit, or it has to be near walking distance to services. And you could set up a sliding scale, presumably, anywhere from 2 units to 10 units based on the size of the property. You could have objective standards for building heights and setbacks. And then once that ordinance is in place, then the individual property owners can come in, and if they meet the standards set by the city, their project would be approved over the counter with no public hearing. So that would be the process-wise, it'd be a big change. But I do believe it puts the control of the planning of what that is going to look like with the government, local government.
Thank you. That's actually really helpful. I didn't understand that part. So 10 units per lot, a lot of the downtown lots are 5,000 or 7,000 square feet. That could actually be very high density then per acre if the lots are already subdivided. I guess less so if it's a larger parcel, which I don't think there are that many downtown. Thanks. So do we have clarifying questions from the Planning Commission? If so, please raise your hand with the hand raise button, so we come to the top of the list. Looks like Commissioner Dacarte's got a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Chair Doran. Thank you for the great presentation. Really appreciate the background information. I'll be brief because I know we have a lot of people in the public that want to speak, but I wanted to follow up just quickly on that exchange with Planning Commissioner Doran. And given SB 9 and SB 10 in this conversation and the potential that could be really increased density, then my question, I guess, is in your parameters, you were looking at half-acre to 10-acre sites. Why half-acre, which is what, 22,000 square feet? And if you, in fact, dialed that back to something that is more aligned with SB 9, or looking at what regular lot sizes are, considering the potential for density, going all the way back to Housing Chair Grove's question about where you've looked, would that open up the aperture for potential places to look where you might imagine that there would be smaller units, but then more of them that could actually make a bigger part of the dent in the issue we're looking at?
Thank you, Commissioner Dacarte. That is another great question and observation. We went with the half-acre to 10 acres simply because the Housing Department of Community Development up in Sacramento that administers all these housing element regulations, they've established that as the preferred size for affordable housing projects. They have information that shows, apparently, they have information that shows that less than half-acre is too small for affordable housing developers to have a financially feasible project to build and manage long-term and have any kind of economy of scale. Over 10 acres, then the sites get too big and can actually become a barrier because they're bigger than they want to build, bigger than they want to manage, and it becomes economically harder. But I think you were asking more about the smaller end of the spectrum. And I do agree with you with all these new state laws, we should take a harder look at that 0 to, or let's call it quarter acre to half acre range and see if there's some overlap between like SB 9, SB 10, and what we could, because you're allowed to deviate from that half acre to 10 acre. If you just have to kind of throw more analysis and justification at it and point to a track record of doing smaller projects in your community. So we could definitely take another look at that and try to unearth some of those smaller possibilities, because that can be a good way to get some sites on the boards that are distributed and smaller and fit in with the community.
We have lots of questions now for the Planning Commission. I'm going to put my trust in our system and hope that the order is correct. And I think Commissioner Tate is first or next.
Ms. Tate, thank you. So my question kind of tags off of Commissioner DeCarty's. And I was just wondering, and the housing commissioners definitely did ask some of my questions. Is it possible for you to show us either a map or, well, preferably a map that is comprehensive, something that's kind of zoomed in so that we can see where the properties are? I know that you've already said that some of them were excluded because they're so small that the city owns already, but it would be great to be able to actually visualize where those are, and especially in light of Commissioner DeCarty and Doran's questions about the new state regulations. I think it would be beneficial for not only the commissioners, but also for the public that's viewing.
And Commissioner Tate, that's specifically, you're talking specifically about publicly owned sites?
Yes, I am talking about publicly owned sites at this point. And just another something is that I would hate to think that we are going to, I would like for us to think a little wider instead of just only thinking about low-income housing developers. Let's take a look at what we have, and then let's try to work from there, because we don't know who would be interested in what project and who would be interested in inclusionary housing as opposed to just a building of low-income housing. But if we don't provide that opportunity, then we don't know. And if we don't research it, then we don't know. And I one more thing. I know a while back, several years back, there was supposed to be like a competition or something, or a study done, and Facebook was funding it, looking at the feasibility of using the parking lots downtown. And I just wonder whatever happened to that study. Is that something that you all are looking into? Because if I'm not mistaken, it actually did start, or it was very close in the pipeline. So I just want to know what kind of research has already been done on the parking lots downtown. Thank you. And sorry, I'm a little hoarse.
Thank you, Commissioner Tate. We'll look into that.
But if you could share the map this evening, that'd be great.
Okay.
So I believe next up is Commissioner Harris.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this presentation and all the detail. And thank you also to my fellow commissioners who have asked a lot of the questions that I had. So I just have a couple. Following up on Commissioner Doran's question, do we have any examples of 100% affordable projects at a density level of 30 units per acre in an area that would be similar cost of land to our land cost in downtown?
Yes. Some of the mid-pen projects are very close to that 30 units per acre. The ones I'm thinking of may be under construction. You're looking for actual built projects, right?
Well, I'm just wondering how feasible and how realistic it is to build at 30 units per acre when we have such a huge cost of land in So I'm just wondering if we've got good examples of that.
Yeah, I agree. In some circumstances, I think that 30 dwelling units per acre is actually too low, given the context of what's happening in some of the different areas. But we did want to start with that to sort of create a baseline of what was possible just with the default density, knowing that some sites may go down in density, other sites may go up. So there is that part of it is not baked in at any point. None of this is baked in at this point. And so comments around density levels appropriate for different areas would be most welcome.
Okay, thank you. I have two other quick questions. Well, one of them is about ADU calculations. I'm just having a difficult time picturing a lot of ADUs in Menlo Park dedicated to low income housing. So if you could just share with me and maybe some other folks, like I understand that these numbers, example numbers, came from other areas in San Mateo County. I'm not sure, but I'm having a hard time picturing that. Do we have incentives for people to build low income ADUs in their backyards?
I don't think there's direct incentives for affordability. Generally, with the new state laws, cities are precluded from taking a regulatory approach on that, but there is possibilities if you allow units that are bigger than what the state requires. For example, you could then ask for some type of affordability restriction. But I do believe, because the units are generally smaller and they are behind or next to an existing house, and you may share a yard or not have a yard, not have laundry facilities, they just tend to be naturally more affordable. And that's what planners have always assumed. But HCD, again, in Sacramento, doesn't take our word for it anymore. And they require rent surveys to back up any assertions around affordability. And so 21 Elements, the group that Asher mentioned, has been very active in San Mateo County for the last couple of housing element cycles like this one. And they're an umbrella group formed by the county and all the cities, hence the name 21 Elements. And they did a very detailed rent survey for ADUs that found, in slightly rounded numbers here, 30% very low income, or excuse me, 30% extremely low income, 30% low income, or very low income, 30% low income, and 10% moderate income, which from a housing perspective is almost like an ideal distribution of affordability. First of all, it's all in the affordable categories, and it's almost equally distributed between the three most affordable categories. And that's not just our wishful thinking, that's actually the results of this survey that was done to really document to HCD, which the goal is to get HCD to sort of approve it at the county level, so each city doesn't have to argue with HCD about the affordability of their ADU program. And so we feel really good about that.
Okay. All right, one quick final question. Per Housing Commissioner Bigelow, thank you for your question about who you were speaking with. And also thank you for explaining kind of the areas that you've had pop-ups and those kind of things. I'm just wondering if you have kind of documented the populations that you've spoken with. I'm interested in people who work in Menlo Park but are not able to live here, or those who may have lived in Menlo Park but have been displaced. And I'm wondering if you, when you're talking to people, if you're kind of keeping track of who those people are and those groups.
That is a demographic question we asked as part of the community-wide housing survey. And we do extend the invitation to the survey for anyone who has an interest in housing in Menlo Park, not just people who already have housing here or work here, but people who work here who want to live here, or people who've lived here in the past and had to move out for any reason. As a group, that group is hard to target, specifically, because they're not geographically all in the same place. But we do try to make all of our materials sort of open and available to people like at the farmer's market, some people say, oh, I don't want to fill out the survey because I don't live in town. But some people who don't live in town will still fill out the survey because, you know, they have an interest in maybe moving into the community, or they just have an interest in housing in general. So it's very open from that regard and inclusive, and we're not trying to disqualify anyone from making their voice heard.
Okay, and so that would be in both your, I was also wondering about, you said you did focus groups, so both your qualitative and your quantitative research.
Yes. Both.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I believe Commissioner Riggs is next.
Thank you. One relatively quick question for our consultant, to the chair. In looking at the Burgess Center, did you find any of the parking lots, fields, courts, or buildings that were not in demand for their prescribed use?
For this one, I'm going to use one of my 2 call of friends and ask them to help me. Asher, can you speak to the Burgess Center? You there, Asher?
Yeah, sorry, I've had connectivity issues for the past few minutes, so I actually couldn't hear the question very well. I apologize. What was the question about the Burgess Center?
Was it about vacancy rates, Commissioner Riggs, within the center?
Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I can repeat it.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
In looking at Burgess Center, did you find any parking lots, fields, courts, or buildings that were not in demand under their current use, assigned use? You know, unused parking lots.
Yeah.
Part of a
No, in Burgess. We didn't really, we looked at the center kind of as a whole, and we didn't want to, you know, since it's such a important part of the community, we kind of didn't want to take piecemeals out of it in terms of like certain lots or, you know, one of the courts, since it's kind of used by the community in its entirety, unless we like heard from someone saying, oh, you should really look at this, you know, this section of that really isn't in use. So we didn't really see anything that could be converted into housing in there, or like housing added on top of it in there, but we're definitely yeah, open to hearing that tonight.
Well, we're just asking questions, but I would make the comment that it might be more appropriate for you to investigate the viability prior to making a proposal. And I'm guessing that is where you stand, since you have not made a proposal to build on Burgess Park.
Commissioner Riggs, this is Jeff Bradley again. From my view, Burgess Park, what you called Burgess Center, looks to be the same as Burgess Park. Which
Burgess Center includes the City Hall, Child Care Center, about 4 parking lots, tennis courts, recreation, police station. It's a massive city-owned civic center. It is our public property.
Yeah, to the extent it's coterminous with Burgess Park, I would consider it off limits, given the council direction from September 21st, not to look at, that they weren't interested at the time for us to explore public parks. I feel like the entire civic center is a park-like setting, and unless we get direction otherwise, I'm not comfortable committing to even evaluating that.
I would not dispute that. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Chair Doran. And thank you, Mr. Bradley, for walking us through what you have this evening. I have questions related to transportation transit. It's really a two-part question. As it relates to the identification of sites that you did, to what role did any transit, access to transit, play in the scoring as a metric for this site potentially being viable versus this site not? And did that figure into your selection process or identification process?
Proximity to transit is one of our key criteria. I'll ask Asher to explain in more detail how that landed on our analysis specifically.
Sure, thanks, Jeff. So what we did is at the beginning of this process, we used some mapping software to basically show us every parcel that's within a 15-minute walk to a bus stop, as well as 15-minute walk from not just the Menlo Park Caltrain station, but there's also some that you can walk to from the Palo Alto Caltrain station. So we use this as one of the filters. If you remember one of the slides I showed, talk about like filtering from sites that are ½ acre to 10 acres, and like a few other things in that bullet list. One of those was access to transit. And we really, when we started looking at sites closer, like within this filter, we really focused on transit because we know it's really important, not just to be able to get to their jobs, but also in terms of mitigating greenhouse gases going forward. And that's a huge priority for the city as well.
Yes, and also from a fair housing point of view, we looked at transit, access to jobs, access to parks, good schools. And so we use that filter along with the ½ acre to 10 acres that HCD developed. And that was sort of like the very beginning of our site selection process.
Thank you. And through the chair, a follow-on question. So when I look at thank you for doing all the outreach that you did. When I look at the questions, for instance, you ask, what is a preferable, where your preferred locations, for instance, to the folks who participated in some of the either outreach or the community meetings that you had, to what extent did you ask the question, or did you lay the groundwork for instance, access to Caltrain, or for instance, ECR along El Camino being something which would have someone weight that area as a preferred location versus another area? So did that metric at all figure into why people were saying one location was preferred versus another when you were asking them to choose between locations that they preferred? Was there any setup in terms of how one might be more accessible than another?
I think it was in the beginning part of the presentation, we would describe like tonight, when we went over the general strategies, we would generally always mention that downtown and El Camino are close to Caltrain. But then when we got to the end of the presentation and we did the polling questions, I do not believe we specifically repeated that factor. It was more just the simple questions, which tend to be somewhat compacted just to make it easy for people to read a question and choose from several short answers in a fairly short amount of time. So we didn't provide any more detailed context at the end, only just up front when we would generally describe the strategies. We would typically talk about the proximity to transit.
Got it. So once the site made it into the filter, regardless of where it was in terms of being right next door to Caltrain station or across town, it was in that same overall bucket of being transit accessible. There wasn't a waiting.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I have, if I may, through the chair, Doran, I have notification from staff that we have a map we can share that's responsive to the request to see the publicly owned sites.
Yes, Kelvin Chan has it up. And so if he can share his screen.
One moment, I'll pull it up. So here is a map of city-owned parcels. This is from our city's open data. This is publicly accessible from our city's website. Please let me know if you'd like me to zoom into any one particular area.
And many of these parcels are city-owned parks, is that correct?
Correct.
Like the big rectangle in the middle is Burgess Center, City Hall Complex, Civic Center.
Correct.
And just north of that, is that the Public Works courtyard? There's the one just north of the Burgess Center. Yeah, that one.
This one, I don't know off the top of my head. I would like to ask if some of my other.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Corporation Yard.
Can you repeat that, Deanna? I don't think it came through.
Oh, my apologies. So yes, so the parcel that is shown, you can see Hopkins Street, but just off of that street, that is the city's corporation yard. So that's where our fleet and our maintenance crews have their facilities.
Okay. I think we've had clarifying questions from both commissions. I know we have people from the public that would like to speak. So I'd like to open it up for public comment now. Mr. Turner, do we have any hands raised?
Yes, we do have some hands being raised at this time. So let's see. As a reminder, if you do have a piece of public comment, please raise your hand. It looks like many of you are doing so now. If you are calling in, I do see a couple of people who've called in via phone. If you would like to give public comment, press *9 on your phone and that'll notify me that you have a public comment. So I will start off with, looks like Michał Bortnick.
I would just like to remind speakers that we're limiting public comments to 2 minutes tonight because of the volume of people we have attending.
Yes. So I'll introduce Michał Bortnick. So as a reminder, you do have 2 minutes to share your comment or question. Please state your name, address, political jurisdiction in which you live, or your organizational affiliation. So Michał, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you. My name is Michał Bortnick and I'm in District 4. And I want to thank you for, in particular, all the numbers that I got to see today. The nerd part of me, which is most of me, is very grateful for that and makes this whole thing very real. I also appreciate the focus on affordable housing and on the fair housing as well. So my 2 questions. One question is actually about the fair housing too. So our default density in District 1 is at 100, and all the options proposed today are at 30. And that just actually doesn't sound very fair. And my question is, do we not have a legal and I guess more obligation to be closing that gap as part of the housing element? There was a statement made tonight that the residents of Sharon Heights are less tolerant of taller buildings than residents elsewhere. And I'm really curious if in your community research, you found that to be true, that there are any areas of Menlo Park that prefer taller buildings more than Sharon Heights residents do. My understanding is that Belle Haven residents feel like the tall buildings were forced on them. So I really hope you can speak to that. And the second question, so in response to Chair Grove's question, there was a statement that basically if you rezone for 100 units and do a lot of things to support the development of affordable housing, and developers will come. And I'm curious where the confidence in that statement comes from. Like, are there any towns like Menlo Park that succeeded in doing what we propose to do here at the scale that we're talking about? And can you actually really be confident in that kind of statement? And if not, why not give ourselves the best shot at making this work and create something like an option D that includes all of the above? Thank you.
All right, next I will introduce Eric Burmeiser. As a reminder, you'll have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, jurisdiction, or organizational affiliation, and you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Eric Burmeister. I'm a resident, I believe, of District 2 in Menlo Park. I also happen to be the superintendent of Menlo Park City School District. I'd like to commend both commissions and the M Group and City for their efforts to stop overdeveloping in District 1. I also want to commend you guys for seeking ways to spread the development beyond just the transportation corridor, understanding that most places in Menlo Park are within walking distance to public transportation, and thus we should balance these options. For that reason, it looks to me like option A is the most well balanced, but I still need to have some time to understand the ins and outs of this more. I want to also state for Menlo Park City School District that we support housing, that we support housing diversity, we support affordable housing, and we support fair housing. We also need the city and developers and commissions to understand that we are going to need the support in addressing capacity issues to be able to serve the number of students that this housing increase, 70% of which is focused in Menlo Park City School District, is going to create. I have a few requests. First of all, I think there needs to be a lot more clarity around where the pipeline projects fit in this. I heard earlier from a city staffer that the pipeline projects were all in District 1, which seems odd to me because the downtown specific plan has over 600 units in the downtown area. Are those not considered pipeline projects? All the development that's going on throughout the downtown and El Camino area, where do we put that, and how do I get my head around those impacts as compared to this 3,000 number that we need to build? I also want to request that we help offset student generation rate properties with commercial properties to increase tax revenue for our school districts. Examples include senior housing, mixed uses, and studio and 1-bedroom units. Involve school districts early in planning and working with developers in the city, please, and ensure that steps are taken to require all non-tax paying developers to pay the costs of student generation. Thank you.
Okay, next I'll introduce Eric. You've already spoken, sorry about that. Andrew Belak. You will have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, or organizational affiliation. You are now unmuted.
Yes, good evening. My name is Andrew Belak. I'm speaking from Mid-Penn Housing. We are a nonprofit affordable housing developer based in Foster City. And as mentioned, we own multiple projects in Menlo Park. We're also an operator and service provider for all the developments that we own. I want to thank staff and the consulting team for all the work you've put into the report. I really appreciate how much it has accounted for input from so many different parties, from the public, from nonprofit developers such as MidPenn, and from a variety of other constituents in accounting for the different options that you were putting forth thus far. I did want to speak a little bit just to the density question that was raised. As I think was brought up, MidPenn does have a couple of developments in District 1 that do have density around 30 to 35 units per acre, but I want to also note those are properties that were purchased almost 30 to 40 years ago, and were subject to very different land prices and constraints of that time. And in the current environment, density, in order to be actually viable in a lot of cases, has to be significantly higher for affordable housing for the majority of the developments that we're looking at. So I want to just encourage staff to look at various solutions for zoning or affordable housing overlay opportunities that can further increase significantly above and beyond what's allowed for now, since that is a requirement for viability. And I also want to just note that MidPenn has the capacity and willingness and is very much interested in working with the city to analyze sites that may be viable for development. So we're happy to coordinate more and take a closer look if there are sites that the city is looking at that wants to means test for the opportunity of what can be built. Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker will be Kalisha Webster. You have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and or organizational affiliation. And you may unmute yourself now.
Good evening. My name is Kalisha Webster, and I am a housing advocate for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities with housing choices. As a direct service provider helping people with developmental disabilities find independent housing, we see firsthand every day the growing need for this high-risk population to have access to independent housing as more group homes are closing and many are living at home with aging parents. Currently, 77% of Menlo Park adults with developmental disabilities still live at home because of the lack of affordable housing. In addition, a growing body of data indicates that people of color with disabilities experience higher rates of housing discrimination and severe rent burden than either people of color without disabilities or whites with disabilities. The City of Menlo Park should incorporate housing goals for people with developmental and other disabilities and plans to affirmatively further fair housing. While there are state laws in place which require development of units for people with physical disabilities needing modified units, there are no requirements for developers to include people with developmental disabilities who require supportive services in order to live independently. This means the city is responsible for incentivizing developers to create inclusive, affordable housing with set-asides for people with developmental disabilities who require coordinated services funded by Golden Gate Regional Center to live independently. As the city considers changes to the affordable housing overlay zone, I urge you to consider adding these much-needed incentives. If the zone was expanded to include more transit-oriented areas throughout the city, you would not only create a more sustainable city, but more inclusive, as most people with developmental disabilities do not drive, so have high rates of transit dependency. Other examples include lowering parking requirements for projects which include housing for people with developmental disabilities, as well as increasing density and height limits above state density bonus allowances, making it more feasible for developers to include set-asides of the extremely low income units that people with developmental disabilities require. The city can also create guidelines for the scoring of any competitive requests for proposals for city-owned land or city housing funds, which grants additional points to affordable housing projects that include people with developmental disabilities and other categories of people who require coordinated on-site services. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Dina Levin. You will have 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and organizational affiliation. And you should have the ability to unmute yourself.
Good evening, commissioners. Serve on the Complete Streets Commission, representing myself. I did serve for the Complete Streets Commission on the Connect Menlo process when there were decisions made to have denser zoning in the Bayfront area near a growing employment area at 100 dwelling units per acre. And at that time, I thought that it would be a good next step to come back and increase that level of zoning in the areas near downtown that are closer to transit and services. And I continue to think that that would be a really strong strategy as we look at the housing element. In terms of the areas near downtown, I think of that as the downtown-ish, the area not just in the core downtown, but in the 15 to 20-minute walk. And by the way, some of the areas near downtown, there's a lovely 296 bus that goes to Caltrain and is slated to get increase in frequency from Samtrans. I want to highlight and support what some of the people have been saying, including from the affordable housing development, that 30 dwelling units per acre doesn't seem like it is going to be practical to generate the level of affordable housing needed for the housing element. And yes, there have been a few projects built by MidPenn, but not anywhere near enough. And as the person said before, that was with older housing values. In terms of location, public land may be very helpful in terms of being able to afford the very low income affordable housing. And while the parking lots at Burgess are certainly used, it's possible to put parking underground and possible to build up if there is public land that we need to be able to make affordable housing cost effective. Thank you.
All right, next up, we will have Ken Chan, and then after Ken, we'll have Lynn Bramlett. So Ken, if you can, you'll have 2 minutes to give your public comment. If you can state your name, political jurisdiction, and or organizational affiliation. You may unmute yourself now.
Hello, members of the Menlo Park Planning Commission and the Housing Commission. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm an organizer of the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We're based in San Mateo. We work with our communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality affordable homes. At first, I'd like to thank staff and the consultant team for all their hard work in putting together the report on the housing element that we are discussing tonight. We completely agree with the staff report that the city needs to look at expanding sites with an overlay zone, perhaps updating and refining the overlay funding sources. In addition, we'd like to urge staff to continue its outreach efforts to ensure that people that need housing have a say in how the city approaches its solutions. We applaud their efforts in the committee meeting held on the 23rd of September, and it was a very, very good step. However, as it was mentioned earlier, 70% of those attendees were white and 71% of them were homeowners. According to the most recent 2020 census, it indicates that only 58.2% of residents in Menlo Park are white alone. About 42% are renters, and almost 5% of our community members are developmentally disabled. The city's outreach needs to reach community members that are not comfortably housed. Thank you so much.
All right, up next is Lynn Bramlett, and after Lynn will be Dennis Kraken. Lynn, you will have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and organizational affiliation. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Good evening, everyone. This is Lynn Bramlett, and I live in District 3. Pretty near the Glenwood train crossing and the train station in Menlo Park. There's a lot to absorb here tonight, and I don't disagree with the comments I've heard. First, I do agree with the recommendation that moderate upzoning is distributed throughout the city. And I'm really grateful that District 1 is taken off the list. To me, this is the first time I've seen the recognition that they have more than, borne the burden for the rest of Menlo Park. And I too, along with the superintendent, I have a question about all the pipeline projects and how they fit into this. And if something can't be done, because fundamentally, I think Connect Menlo was a terribly unfair process and its legacy continues. And we haven't heard how that would be. I'm also concerned about the developmentally disabled and people with maybe mental health problems and access and functional needs. So anyway, just really grateful to all the work, to the consultants, to everyone here tonight, and the numbers here and everything else. And I will continue to follow this process. Thank you very much.
All right, up next is Dennis Corrigan, and then after Dennis will be Stephen Pang. Dennis, you'll have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and organizational affiliation. You may mute yourself now.
Good evening. This is Dennis Corrigan. I'm a resident of Menlo Park. Live in the District 3. First of all, again, thank you for all the numbers and for the great presentation today. I think you've done a great job in putting everything on sort of one page and looking at the thing, at the residential requirements holistically. However, I would encourage the city to go even further in terms of the impact that residential construction will have on other aspects of the city life. Superintendent Burmeister mentioned the impact on the schools. I would urge you to go further and look at how not only the schools, but how the roads will be impacted, how the parks will be impacted, how all the other public infrastructure will be impacted by these new 3,000 units, which is not a small number for Menlo Park. We currently have about 13,000, as I understand, so it'll be a 25% increase in the number of residents. So not a pretty substantial number. In terms of spreading this number between different districts, I would also think, not just from a diversity perspective, but also from the utilization, the city use perspective. Some of the areas of the city would benefit from increased residents, such as obviously the downtown. There's been a long-term debate in the city how the downtown of the future in Menlo Park should look like. This project is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to revitalize the downtown Menlo Park, to make it more friendly. And for that, we need new residents who would be, and obviously newcomers that go very well together. So I've not seen in today's presentation, for example, the varying density of the housing based on the location. Some of the projects which are close to the downtown area, for example, could bear higher density, where some of the projects which are in residential areas could probably use a kind of lower density. I also applaud the decision of please do not touch the green areas of the city, such as Burgess Park or Sharon Park. So thank you for that. They're very heavily used now by our kids. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Stephen Pang, and then after Stephen will be Benjamin McMullen. Stephen, you'll have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and or organizational affiliation. And you may unmute yourself now.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, so I'm Steve Pang. I live in Allied Arts, which I think is District 4. So I have 2 points to make. First is there seems to be an assumption that I'd like to back up with data with regards to putting housing next to public transit. Here we're talking about, bus lines run everywhere. So the only transit we're talking about is Caltrain. Caltrain is a commuter rail and not a subway system. So you're never going to get in the next 10 years any service like a subway system that really can build a community. Previous developments such as the Ryan Reynolds development on Encinal and the Artisan Way in El Camino, those have been, multifamily units. And each of those have 2-car garages. I'd like to see someone look and say, survey these residents to see how many of these people actually take public transit. And also, in particular, this new Burgess Park, or the SRI development, proposing 400 new units. Talking to the developer, they only have 400 parking spaces allotted. So here in California, I think that's going to be a lot more. People take the cars more than mass transit. So I'd like to see that data, or see if there's any study that can back up the data that you build housing near transit and that they'll come. Second thing, I just want a brief point is looking at the social, racial, and housing justice for Menlo Park, which we want to address. It seems like that should shoe-in would be for Sharon Park, as Sharon Park has had none of this development in the past few years. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Benjamin McMullen and then Brittany Baxter. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and or organizational affiliation. And you may unmute yourself now.
Good evening. My name is Ben McMullen. I'm the Systems Change Advocate at Center for Independence of Individuals with Disabilities, whose mission it is to provide support services, community awareness, and systems change advocacy to promote full and equal community integration for participation for people with disabilities. I would like to thank the diligent study of affordable housing. I would also like to make the point, in addition to affordable housing, for people with disabilities, it's very important to think about the accessibility of housing as well. We really see the two as going hand in hand, because we definitely appreciate affordable housing, but if it's not accessible, then it's also a barrier to people with disabilities. They need it accessible as well as affordable. And some things I can recommend that I've pointed out before in focus groups is visitability guidelines. This would be for somebody with a physical disability in wheelchairs or other mobility issues to visit a person with equal access and single level flooring so they can get in and out accessibly. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Brittany Baxter, and I don't have any other hands raised at this time. So just as a reminder, if you have like to give public comment, please press the raise hand buttons. I'm seeing a few more. So after Brittany, we'll have Brooke, last name. So Brittany, you will have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and or organizational affiliation, and you may unmute yourself now.
Hi, thank you. Brittany Baxter, District 3 resident. Also wanted to second just some of the comments that came before me for considering people with disabilities as we build and reimagine our downtown. That is super important to keep valued members of our community here. I just had a couple quick points. So also wanted to echo some of the previous commenters on hoping for more density, especially closer to downtown. So given that 100 units is that baseline in D1 and has been historically, would really love to see a similar level near downtown. We have a really big lift ahead of us. And so I think going higher as a baseline gives us a lot more options. A lot of people I know are also very interested in preserving green space. And the higher that we go in some areas, that lets us preserve more green space elsewhere. So we have a number we need to hit regardless. It's just kind of a math and allocation problem there. And then in terms of the dev ratios, spent some time with the staff report over the weekend. I was also curious, like some of the commissioners had mentioned, just how those numbers got assigned. To me, I don't have the data in front of me, but it feels at a gut level like we're kind of assuming a higher level of development than has occurred traditionally here in Menlo Park. So I'd love to see if there's any kind of data on what the turnover rate has been, and if we do have policies or incentives in mind, especially to get that much needed affordable housing, the impact of those that we expect to be there. And then I am also really interested in how we think across, the process. I understand we'll be updating our general plan more broadly. So that's where we get into some of the infrastructure concerns. Would love to see us working with some of the developers for additional sites to think about, school capacity and things like that. I also think that we will benefit a lot from having additional diversity in our schools, and will help make it easier for us to comply with some of the state mandated requirements that we have there. So I'm really excited by this opportunity. I think it's a really cool chance to reimagine the future of Menlo Park. And I know the stakes are really high for getting us, getting this right. So really appreciate all the work and numbers that have gone into this presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, next we will have Brooke with no last name. Then we'll have Pam Jones. Brooke, you have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and or organizational affiliation. And you can unmute yourself now.
Hi, can you hear me now? Hi, my name is Brooke. I'm happy to give a last name. My last name's Cotter. I just wanted to thank everyone for taking the time to work on this project. And I am a Menlo Park resident. I've lived here for over a decade now and consider this my community. So I really appreciate everyone and all their hard work and thoughts that we've gone into tonight. I just wanted to echo some of the prior discussions just about the importance of distributing this equitably and equally across. I'm a resident of District 3, and I see a lot of the plans being very kind of densely in District 3. And I just wanted to echo some of the concerns about, I don't know if the Housing Commission can recommend some of these things with it, but just making sure we earmark green space, capacity for housing, schools, amenities, whatever it might be in these districts, if we're going to be kind of putting most of the projects more densely there. I very much applaud nothing more in District 1. I think they've disproportionately borne the burden, and I think hopefully we can learn from that and spread things out more equitably across all of Menlo Park. I also think we can look to our neighbors north in Redwood City and see how densely they went without perhaps as much thought towards green space and livability. I know those of us that have kids can see very much in Redwood City that there's not enough fields for them to play on. And to answer someone who had asked about Burgess, I know Burgess quite well, and the kids are always there, and there's often a shortage of playing fields, camp space. So I think as we revitalize Menlo Park, which is so exciting, I think we should definitely make it livable and allow people to live here. And I really wish there was a way that we could get the below market housing we need without having to overproduce the above market, but it sounds like that's our current thoughts. But if there's any other creative way to avoid that and just get the actual housing that we need, I would love that. But in the short term, just please spread it across the city and make sure we earmark green space. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Pam Jones, and then after Pam will be Katie Beruzzi. Pam, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please give your name, political jurisdiction, and organizational affiliation, and you may unmute yourself now.
Good evening, Pamela Jones, resident of Menlo Park for over 48 years. And I live in District 1. A piece that I think is important that people should know is at this moment, 3 of the pipeline projects in the D1 area have 923 family units, and those kids will all be going to the Redwood City School District. So we may behoove us to look at what Redwood City School District has decided that they're going to do to welcome these students. The other piece that we need to pay attention to is that if the higher we build our units, the more open space we'll have. And if you look at the plans for the projects over in D2, Menlo Portal, Menlo Uptown, Willow Village, all of them, they have substantial green space because they're building 4, 5, 6, 7-story buildings. And that no reason why we can't do that on the parking lots, because you won't even see them. And we'll still have that unique village character for the downtown, which I know is a significant part for Menlo Park to, as they see themselves. The last thing is, I think what's really the issue here is that we need 1,597 affordable units. We have low, below market, very low, and low. We have met the number of above market units with our pipeline projects. So that is the challenge. Where are we going to put the below market units? And I think that needs to be remembered when we're having these conversations. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Katie Bevruzzi, followed by John Rosenbaum. Katie, you have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and/or organizational affiliation. And you may unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. This is Katie Baruzzi. I live in District 2 at the intersection of Bay and Ringwood near the amazing bike bridge. And I am on the Complete Streets Commission, but definitely not speaking for anybody but myself tonight. I've just been paying attention to the idea of building on public land and think we should be thinking a little more creatively here. I absolutely not talking about anything that has grass or trees right now, but I see a lot of hardscape, not just on Civic Center property or downtown, but also at school districts. And I'm curious, all around me, I see small bungalows that are being torn down and built into 2-story buildings. And I wonder why we still have so many 1-story buildings. I was joking tonight with my husband. I mean, shoot, we're not really seeing much happening in council chambers these days. That sure seems like it could be put to better purpose, that space. But seriously, it seems as though we could be putting parking underground. It seems as though the building where my son did Kuxel Wan and Civic Center could be 2 stories instead of 1. It seems as though, there might be someday when we want to look at the area where the little house is and say, could we put affordable senior housing there and, in proximity to all the services, and parking can be done underground. So I do hope that we get a little more creative as we're looking at ways to add affordable housing and accommodate the additional residents, because of course, we probably will need more classrooms and more places for people to recreate, more space in libraries. So yeah, please, let's not just think about surface parking lots and 1-story public buildings. Oh, and one more thing I wanted to point out, Caltrain is on its way to not being so much of a commuter rail. The electrification is going to enable them to have much more frequent service. So I'm a little bit more sanguine about Caltrain's potential than an earlier speaker. Thank you.
Next up, we have John Rosenbaum, and after John will be Francesca Segre. John, you will have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and/or organizational affiliation. And you may unmute yourself now.
Thank you. I
am John Rosenbaum. I live here in Sharon Heights. I moved to California in 1980. I lived in Los Altos for 16 years in an inexpensive apartment to save enough money to buy a residence here in Menlo Park because it was such a pleasant, nice little community. And I've been here 25 years. I think I represent a voice that I have not heard of in all the discussions tonight. And that is somebody who fits my profile, worked hard, saved their money, bought, paid taxes all these years, and because of the very pleasant nature of Menlo Park. I'm hearing things like increase the density of housing 25%. It's important to improve the livability, limited green space, and some of that green space will be taken away now. The Daily Post recently said that in Sharon Heights at the Safeway Center, there would be 209 new houses, which would be 418 new parking spaces for cars. We can build up mandates from the state and decisions by the city to have more and more density, but we lose Menlo Park. We lose the city. All concrete, and I can list many areas that are now all concrete and too congested. So I think we need to look for the quality of life as well as the density, including all the new apartments. Thank you.
Next up, we have Francesca Segre. And after Francesca, we have Misha Sillen. Francesca, please state your name, political jurisdiction, and or organizational affiliation. And you will have 2 minutes to give your public comment. You may unmute yourself now.
Hi, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you so much for all you're putting into this. All the thoughts. Your commissioners are wonderful public servants. Thank you. I'm also a public servant. I serve on the Menlo Park City School District Board proudly, and I'm also a Menlo Park resident. Thank you so much for this conversation tonight. I wanted to say that I do support, not that it's even a choice, but I do support having additional diverse housing here in Menlo Park. I think will make a more wonderful place to live, and will also provide our students with more diverse learning opportunities. So I would definitely support more low income and below market rate housing. I wanted to add, +1 to the superintendent's comments from earlier. And I also wanted to direct the commissioners to a budget meeting that the school board had tonight. It was a public meeting. And we talked a lot about the housing element and about the impacts that it would have potentially on our district. We took a look at our facilities and what 3,000 additional units might look like for our facilities. And the short answer there is quite tight. Ravenswood and Las Lomitas do have more capacity in their facilities, but as discussed, District 1 is not on the table, understandably, and I recognize all they've done. And we also took a look at the enrollment projections and what that might look like if we do add these 3,000 new units. So anyway, I would like to just direct commissioners to take a look at that, and also just spread the housing, the low-income housing all around Menlo Park so everybody can benefit from it, honestly. Thank you.
Next up, we have Misha Sillen and then Gail Gorton. Misha, you'll have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and organizational affiliation. And you may unmute yourself now.
Hi, good evening. My name is Misha. I am a homeowner in Allied Arts in District 4. Thanks for taking my comment, and thank you all for your public service. I just wanted to say that, I really think it's important to affirmatively further fair housing as the state requires, which means I do want to see additional housing built in all the different neighborhoods of Menlo Park and not just in, District 1 or just downtown. It should be spread around. I think as a community, we should embrace the fact that, housing costs are pushing community members out of all the different neighborhoods in Menlo Park. And so we can address that by building more housing in the different neighborhoods of Menlo Park. And then, regarding the report or the plan rather, just want to make sure, like previous commenters had said, that the way we're planning is realistic and not such that, certain sites like SRI that seem like they're already kind of moving forward are in there, while other sites may be included in the report that are very unlikely to be developed. So I'd definitely like to see, the chances of each site being developed and how likely it's going to be developed. And if it's not likely, what can we do about it? And lastly, I think, even though I said we should spread all the housing around, I definitely want to see downtown be more dense in general. And so I like the idea of having taller buildings on Santa Cruz Avenue. And that's a good chance to possibly redevelop a bit of downtown. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dale Gorton, and I don't have any hands raised after that. So again, as a reminder, if you do want to give public comment, click that raise hand option, or if you are calling in, press *9 on your phone. Dale, you'll have 2 minutes to give your public comment. Please state your name, political jurisdiction, and organizational affiliation. You may unmute yourself now.
Hi, yes, my name's Gail Gorton. I live in District 3, and I too would like to see the housing spread equally throughout Menlo Park. I'd like to see, well, equally, but I'd also like to see housing downtown specifically. I think we could really rejuvenate the downtown area if we put more housing down there, revitalize the downtown area. I'd like to see more retail and housing down there. My concern is that, people really like Menlo Park, but if we put so much housing in that we bring all these new residents to Menlo Park, we want to keep it attractive for them so it doesn't become a place where they just come to and then they leave because it's so crowded. The schools are too crowded, the streets are too crowded, we don't have parks for the kids. I just want to make sure that the plan is such that it's amiable for the new residents. So I'm concerned about our schools, our green space, and our traffic. And I've seen the plans that SRI is proposing. They showed some early plans, and I just feel that those are not really in keeping with the feel of Menlo Park. 5-story building there on the corner of Ravenswood and Laurel, I think is not really in keeping with what we want for the future of our city. So I am concerned about that. And just thank you for your time and all the listening that you're doing and taking into consideration what's going to be best for our city. Thanks.
Chair Doran, at this time, I do not see any more hands raised.
Okay, well, I think we've had enough warning for people that wanted to speak, and I do want to give an opportunity for both the commissions to weigh in. So I think we should bring it back to the commissions for discussion. Chair Grove, with your permission, and I think I'll let the Planning Commission go first on comments and some first on clarifying questions.
That would be fine. I'm wondering if we should take a 5-minute break though, so that people can take care of anything they need to and be fully focused.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
So
officially close public comment, reconvene at 9:38.
Sounds good.
Okay, perfect.
Well, I'd like to ask the commissioners who are back if you could turn your cameras on so we know if we have a quorum or not, so we can resume the meeting.
Housing Commission, all accounted for.
I think we're still missing Commissioner Riggs on the Planning Commission side. There he is. Okay, I think we definitely have a quorum here too. So at this time, I would like to reconvene the meeting and bring it back to the dais for discussion. And I see Commissioner Barnes has his hand raised.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair Doran. And I have some questions related to what Superintendent Burmeister had raised some questions about. I am, full disclosure, on the school district housing element advisory team. That said, he raised some good questions that I have, no idea how the answer or what the answer is for them. So I'm going to avail myself, if it's okay with you, Chair Doran, to staff or whomever can answer some of these questions. So I'll start with the first one that I picked up on was, through the concept of this housing element and through the through adding the additional units, the housing units, he had brought up the concept of compensating revenue streams, and he contextualized it as being commercial development, I believe is what he said, so that you had a continual funding of schools down the road as a result of the influx of students. You can have impact fees depending on the project out of the gate, but you have longer term challenges with operating budgets as those wear off. So is there any thought mechanism given to that concept of what would offset naturally occurring deficits given Prop 13 and given the inability to raise property tax? I don't know to whom to direct that to. Shall I direct that through the chair to the M group, or shall I direct that to staff or whomever wants to pick up on that?
Why don't we direct it to the staff first and let them decide? Cal?
Thank you, Commissioner Barnes, for the question. It's a very good one, and I know our team has met with the various representatives from the various school districts to start having this conversation. It's an important one. As you know, the housing will impact the various school districts. I don't think I have an answer for you in terms of like how to address that question, but we are taking the comments, and will be having additional conversations with the school districts to just further discuss some of the points that were made this evening.
Thank you. While I have you, Ms. Chow,
sure.
Through the chair, the superintendent made a reference to not all developers paying an equivalent share as it relates to what it is they're developing. And can you shed any light on that in terms of, I don't have the superintendent here to kind of further define that, but is there a profile of developer, whether it's not for profit, whether it's for profit, that are doing certain types of developments where the amounts paid to the city, whether it's an impact fee or whether it's ongoing property tax, differs?
I don't want to put words in Superintendent Burmeister's, but he may be referring to property taxes, where depending upon who owns the property, it may have different impacts on the property taxes, which then affect payments that go to the school. And so if there are tax exempt properties, they may have limited increases in property taxes that then support the schools, such as the basic aid schools of Menlo Park City School District. So instead of a fee per student, it's based upon property taxes. And so the more students that are enrolled in the school district, the less per pupil funds are allocated to each student.
Okay, so got it. Okay, thank you. And then,
yeah, so I don't know if that was directly related to what the superintendent was relating to, but one aspect that could be considered is property taxes.
thank you. And that's not, I mean, it doesn't have to be limited to for-profit and not-for-profit. You could have academic institutions like Stanford, for instance, which has different treatment for developments that we see, for instance, on El Camino.
That's correct.
Is there the ability to have, in effect, capacity studies at the city level? I'll just throw out, a concept. So you've got a capacity study, for instance, on an annual basis, which looks at, I guess, three things for the school district: facility capacity, operational funding capacity, staffing capacity, and creates assessments, ongoing assessments for what the impacts are, and creates a two-way reporting back and forth between the school district and, I guess in this case would be the city, in terms of A, not only what the pipeline is, but B, how things are being stretched. And, the next question is, how do you remediate that stretching? But the first question is, what is that stretching and what does it look like and how acute is it at different levels of a school district? Do you have any thoughts on how that might look or what the benefits of that might be?
Maybe you can expand a little bit more. Maybe I'm not following it exactly on the sort of the three different operational studies. I mean, we are doing a fiscal impact analysis that will look at the fiscal impacts of not only the city's general fund, but also the special districts, such as our water districts, our fire district, and our school district. So that will look at a high level of what the impacts would be from the additional housing. And then separately, the city council has asked for an additional closer look at the impacts or I believe construction on schools. And so what that might look like given the additional housing on our school systems. So that is a special add-on that BAE will be performing as part of the housing element.
And then outside of that, I mean, there's point in time studies for, okay, this development's going to add this, then this development's going to add this. And what we've seen is when you start to get cumulative effects, you start to understand what it looks like across the broader scale. So the ability to look at that on an ongoing basis and track it not at the per project level, but on a rolling basis, how it accumulatively is impacting and what's happening to the school district. So there is that feedback loop of how much is being stretched, what the impacts are, and having that come back to policymakers as they understand, it's a 10-year housing element plan. So they can understand on a rolling basis what is happening within the school district as a direct result of the added housing. So it may look like a reporting mechanism that is a feedback loop to policymakers and electeds. Or is that in place now? That on a rolling basis, there is that feedback loop for what happens in the school district as capacity continually gets added.
So maybe we can have further conversation. I don't have an answer for you this evening.
Great. Well, thank you. I mean, that's something to think about. So let me add that to something to be considered as we roll through this process and look at incremental units, making sure that we are in fact tracking what's happening to the school districts and the impacts on a number of different levels, and making sure that that cumulative effect is being recognized across, across government and across the electeds at city council or whomever, for all the community to see, because it's a community-wide issue. So thank you for that. I did have just a thought, as it relates to talking about increasing housing, and we've been talking a little bit about density. I don't know how we as a community get where we want to go without density. Given it's not just housing, but it's the below market rate housing, and the economics of below market rate housing is, if it's going to be all BMR, then it's going to take a ton of market rate to offset BMR, because for every BMR unit, it's a tax, for instance, on the market rate paying resident. So you have to create so many market rate units to support the BMR. Another way to look at it is getting some density and doing some projects which can avail themselves of some of the financing that we talked about earlier, that was mentioned, for instance, tax credits and other pieces of the financing stack. And in order to get there, that's 100% affordable projects. And I think I don't know how we get there with just a inclusionary amount of housing on a project by project basis. I think there needs to be, if this is really going to have some legs in terms of the extremely low, very low, and low income, looking at greater densities and projects which are 100% affordable, which can avail themselves of the many financing mechanisms that they need, in fact, to operate. So those are my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thanks. So I'd like to remind the Planning Commission, if you have comments, you need to raise your hand electronically. Press the raise hand button. Don't see any other hands raised. This is not like you guys. Commissioner DeCarty.
Yeah, this is a clarifying question, Chair Doran. Are we doing clarifying questions or comments, or are we actually moving toward the question before us tonight before we hand this to the Housing Commission, or are we handing it to the Housing Commission for comments and going back? And what's our sequencing in our order here?
So right now we're doing our actual discussion. We're done with clarifying questions. This is when you can make any comments or ask any questions that you like. Then the Housing Commission will get a chance to do the same. We haven't decided yet how we will approach passing resolutions. Maybe I'll arm wrestle Commissioner Gore for it, or maybe we can flip a coin, or maybe we can let them propose motions first, since they will be in discussion, more approximately than we will when we get to that stage. But I don't know. That I think is not yet decided. But right now we're in discussion. So any comments are fair game.
Okay, that's very helpful. Although when you said actual discussion, that feels like the pressure is on. So I'll do my best here. So I will make one comment on ordering, which is, as long as our Housing Commission is here, I deeply respect the work that you all do, and the work that you do has an impact on me at Planning Commission when it comes through, and really value your insights, discussions, and how you've acted on these measures. So I will say, from my standpoint, I would love it if you all would, on one level here, go first, ask a whole bunch of questions, and move on this. Because I find it helpful to me, per Chair Doran's last comment. Having said that, I actually do have 2 clarifying questions that would be helpful to me. I think the first one is to staff. On page 7 of the staff report, you make reference to SB 9 and then say that because of SB 9, there will be no further look at density in single family zoned housing. And I wanted to know why.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner DeCarty. So I also see Jeff Bradley. I can start it off and then Jeff can enhance. And so there was a robust conversation with the city council earlier about what types of strategies we wanted to pursue. And single family was one of the strategies that was identified, and whether or not that was something that should be further explored or off the table. And the council voted, and it seemed as a strategy to continue to explore that it wasn't off the table for consideration. And so with the recent passage of SB 9 and 10, those seemed to be mandated solutions that would provide opportunities for expanded growth in single family residential neighborhoods. And so we thought that that would be an appropriate strategy to continue to implement, and that would address the increased densities in single family neighborhoods without further exploring. But that is something that, as part of this conversation this evening, both the Housing Commission and the Planning Commission to direct for further look at what other opportunities there are in single family neighborhoods, duplex neighborhoods. But it does provide lot splits. It does provide for additional housing types. So looking at duplexes, triplexes, quads. And so that provides the range of types of housing and potential affordability levels that would mix in with some of the higher density housing that we've been discussing this evening in our mixed use areas in our downtown El Camino corridors. But I can also let if Jeff has anything to add beyond that.
No, I agree with everything Deanna said 100%. The state went much further than we would have dared to go. So it seemed wise to just leave it at that.
All right, now I'm confused. So SB 9 allows me with a lot over 2,400 square feet, I can split it in half. I can put in duplexes. So I've gone from 1 family to 4, essentially. That's what I've got. So how do quads and triplexes fit in there as options?
Quads and triplexes?
Yeah, that was I thought that was in the answer that we just, that I just got.
SB 10 would allow duplexes, 4plexes, 6plexes, 8plexes, 10plexes. So it
within, I'm sorry, now you have to, I'm sorry to interrupt. So go back and say, so that's within everywhere in Menlo Park based on how you interpreted it? And I apologize for missing that part earlier.
Everywhere that has a general plan or zoning designation that allows residential or mixed use development, the city could create its own framework under SB 10 for multi-unit projects up to 10 units per parcel.
So I guess I'll just say in sort of the way you couched your language on this, which is, I don't quite understand what we're scared of. I thought we were supposed to be looking at all options here and to put those all on the table for consideration. So I will just, as long as I've got the floor here on this question, I put a strong pin in that we should look at density and increasing density in all sorts of ways. And it seems a real shame now by the map that we looked at before. District 4 is going to miss out on this incredible opportunity to have a broader array of potential residents in their neighborhoods, to live next to teachers and fire personnel, emergency personnel, service workers, that the rest of our city gets that opportunity. And that seems like a real shame if we're going to end up excluding what is essentially that part of our community that doesn't have any circles on the maps right now. So on the single family residential zoning, I don't get what we're scared of, and I don't get why that is necessarily the limit when we're looking at all options here for density. So I'll put my pin in that. Then my second question is, and this may be to you, Mr. Bradley, and thank you for all the work you've done. What are your parking assumptions underneath this? Or when are you going to be putting those in place? How are you operating with parking assumptions in this mix, and when do these show up? Is that later on in this process?
Yeah, we'll take a detailed look at the city's existing parking standards as part of our constraints analysis, looking at anything that can hold back the potential development of residential properties. We'll also look at the parking standards as allowed for under the various density bonus programs that we talked about, the local version, the state version. So there's a lot of reference points out there to consider, but generally, obviously, you don't want to require over parking of housing developments, because that could be a significant barrier to the financial feasibility of these projects, both market rate and affordable.
Yeah, so I'll just put a pin on this too, and this is down in the future, but every single piece of momentum that we have historically, that we have with how we do our EIRs, with how consultants end up going, looking at benchmarks, leads us to a future where we overpark. And nobody wants to end up building concrete that we don't need to, that people can't live in or on. And we've got to see a better set of scenarios in the future, especially as we move to different modes of transportation as a service, everything that we know about and we hear about preaching in Silicon Valley. But parking is a disaster, the way that we end up regulating it right now, demanding it right now. We just had multiple planning commission meetings where we're here with developers who don't want to build it or forced to. So I really encourage you all to look at that a lot more carefully, because I think it opens up a solution set that otherwise we're going to constrain unnecessarily. And if we're moving towards sort of comments and all of this, then I'm happy to sort of finish now, go first. I completely support option A, spreading across the city. I completely support looking at greater density in the right kinds of places. I completely support an affordable housing overlay that's best in class and that works really well for our community in this mix. I will say this whole conversation is couched basically on what I would say is a minimum. I mean, heavens, we should have as much affordable housing at all levels that we possibly can. So why can't we do option A, B, and C? And if you looked at your chart that's on page 16, if you took the highest in all of those options, we'd end up with like 3,000 as opposed to 2,200. So conceptually, I don't see why we aren't at least looking at that option set for us as a community and others in this mix. And I will pause there because my fellow planning commissioners will be more eloquent, and I know our housing commissioners will, but thank you for all the effort this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
I don't think anybody can be more eloquent than you are, Commissioner Ducardi. It's always difficult following you. I think, to answer a question that you put out there, because that's just, I feel like, where I'm sitting these days, is that it's a real myopic, selfish self-preservation that keeps this stuff moving, right? Like the only way that affordable housing is going to be built is if we mandate it, because all these folks who own these houses and, they'll sell them, and then a developer will tear it down and build a much larger house on that lot. Nobody's going to be building affordable housing, right? None of these houses that are going to get torn down are going to be replaced with anything that resembles something that most people could afford, or some people could afford, or dream to afford. So it's our job, right? It is these commissions' jobs to get this work done, right? We should be only thinking about density. That is it. That is the only way to solve this crisis, right? And to think about it in novel ways, to think about it in ways that are innovative, right? To hire the best minds to develop housing that looks gorgeous and is functional and it serves many, many purposes, right? I mean, gosh, I don't know how many projects come before us, and there are these gorgeous biotech buildings, right? There are these gorgeous tech buildings, and we keep seeing the same uninventive, unforward-thinking stuff getting built week after week, year after year. So I'm with Chris, right? Let's just build it. Let's just build it all.
Thank you. Do we have other commissioners that would like to speak? Commissioner Riggs.
Yeah, I feel like I'm put a little bit on the spot here, because for this particular issue, I have been looking forward to the input of the housing commissioners. And to be honest, the notes that I made before the meeting and during the meeting are likely contingent on what I learn from this assembled group. And so if the two chairs will indulge, I would like to hear something from the Housing Commission before I hastily throw in my commentary.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't have other hands raised from the Planning Commission right now anyway. So I'm happy to turn it over to the Housing Commission. Would ask that we reserve a few minutes. It's 10:04 now. I'd like to have a few minutes back before we hit 11 o'clock, but by all means, let's hear from the Housing Commission.
Okay, I see Commissioner Pimentel with his hand raised under the wire before Commissioner Leach, so go ahead.
I'm happy to yield to.
I like being able to go in order of the Zoom hand, so you're up.
All righty. Well, thank you, and I appreciate the planning commissioners wanting to hear what we have to say. Thank you. I guess the analysis is great. The work that's been done is super, but what it leads me to conclude is that this is an awfully big goal. 3,200 units to 1,000 units, depending on how you look at it, is not going to be satisfied by our traditional inclusionary zoning processes. In fact, I just went back and looked at how many units that are moderate, very low, and low, basically folks under $180,000 a year. How many of those units that we've built in Menlo Park with deed restricted long-term availability for those moderate, low, and very low income ranges. And in the last 5 years, we've built 30 units. So to think that the current way of doing things is gonna get us to the kinds of numbers that we've been delivered in the RHNA process is, I think, a little bit head in the sand. So I'm a fan of arguing that we need to think in a much broader and more creative way about this. And I heard a lot of really good ideas and some enthusiasm for that creative thinking earlier. I love the yes and approach of all of the above. But in order to really make a material impact, I think that we need to look hard, at least for affordable units, at converting the downtown parking lots, but doing it in a way that is outside of our, again, traditional way of looking at things. So, if we're going to keep a 50 or 60 foot height limit across the entire city and assume that those downtown developments can happen, again, I just don't see the market bringing those to fruition. We're going to need to come up with some situations or situational analysis downtown on the city lots where we enable a 5 or an 8 or maybe more story building with parking underneath. And maybe the right way for us to think about this, and I know this isn't really part of the traditional housing element process, but it would be to call to the market and say, developers, what can you do? If we set some similarly audacious goals for you, what would you need to build in order to have 50 or even as Commissioner Barnes said, 100% housing, affordable housing units? What if we lifted the height arrangement or restrictions so that you could build more affordable units? We require that you create net positive parking. Maybe we come up with a tax in lieu of developer fees or an ongoing assessment that enables the school district to be able to cover its costs long-term, or for us to be able to make the transportation investments that we need to make to accommodate this, and then see what the market bears. I mean, I think I think we have to test that assertion that if we enable it, the builders will come. I'm not sure, but I think the key equation here, the key variable is density and height. And it's probably not something you want to do across the entire city. But if we identified several specific parcels like the downtown parking lots where the city could contribute the land and make maybe a nonprofit developer would have to be the one that we restrict it to put 100% affordable housing downtown, whereas other developers could have a chance at building market rate. We would have the benefit of doing it all at once, re-envisioning the downtown and letting the market bring to bear some of those beautiful buildings that one of the planning commissioners is looking for. Let's test it by putting out an RFP or an RFQ and saying, what will the market bear? How tall would you need to go and on which lots? And that might give us some flexibility to say, you know, in whatever, lot 2, we only want a 5-story building, but in lot 6, given the sight lines and the proximity to transit, maybe a 10-story building makes sense. I think if we were to get outside of the box of the traditional thinking that exists around how we limit our planning citywide, we might be able to come up with some solutions that would move the needle on the RHNA Cycle 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren, you're next.
I'm going to do what I often do, which is say, right on, Commissioner Pimentel. I so appreciate you saying that. And Commissioner DeCarty, I appreciate your kind words. I want to make sure to emphasize a couple of things that I don't think have been really emphasized tonight, which is RHNA Cycle 6 is literally the 10 years that the UN's housing report on climate change gave us, folks. So we absolutely need to do things differently. What we have done thus far has gotten us here, and that is fine, but we can do better. And so in my mind, the single most effective thing that you can do to decrease greenhouse gas emissions is to build housing near transit so that folks are incentivized to use the transit, and also to build it near resources so that folks can walk to their doctor's office or the grocery or the library or what have you. We are supposed to be planning for a future, and we only have 10 years to get that right. So we have to go big now. And when I say go big, I don't mean skyscrapers in Menlo Park. That is not at all what I am talking about. But I am saying that we should really seriously consider doing all that we can do along El Camino. There were concerns about traffic and congestion earlier. Truthfully speaking, as somebody who worked in an affordable housing developer's office and administered their programs, I can tell you without doubt or question that those folks cannot afford cars a lot of the times, plus the insurance. So no car, no traffic issue. And that would certainly help things a lot, as well as if you put them next to transit. And in general, if you build more housing where there are jobs, people will want to live near where their jobs are. And that will also cut down on those greenhouse gas emissions and traffic. So I really, really strongly encourage us to do as much as we can along transit corridors. It sounded like there was a tremendous amount of interest about densification on El Camino Real and in downtown and the city parking lots. So I think leaning into that and the yes and approach of Commissioner DeCarty, I think is not a bad idea either. And seeing what sticks, because all of these things, proximity to transit, proximity to resources, these are things that from a developer's perspective make something pencil. So if you can densify and do those things, you make it easier for folks to help us meet our RHNA goals. And that's all that I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Commissioner Horst.
Well, I had things I wanted to say, and I feel that they've been said, which delights me because I don't feel alone in my opinions, and I think that it reflects probably a larger sentiment, and I'll try to be even more brief than I plan to be because I think we've heard this already. But when reading the staff report and listening to the presentation, one of the main takeaways for me was I feel like there's an underlying assumption or set of assumptions that I'm not entirely on board with, which is not a reflection of what staff are doing or what M Group is doing, but rather I think it's an absorption of maybe some historical or long-standing preferences, and possibly also city council direction. But you're asking us for direction tonight, and so I would say we should be looking to operate in a set of reasonable parameters. And looking at that 30 dwelling units per acre, it doesn't feel like reasonable parameters, right? So maybe for some of us, there is, for each of us, there's a limit to the height or the density or the whatever development standard you want to pick, is acceptable on any given parcel in the city, right? But I don't think it is really as conservative as how we are being asked to approach it in each of these options. So I really, I would like to be thinking about this in a less constrained way. And it sounds like the other commissioners also feel this way. So that's great. And I think that, of course, the approach of looking all over town for development opportunities is the right approach. I've heard that several times tonight as well. It's really just that the parameters are overly constrained. And I also think that we should be looking at different parts of town differently because of, like we've been talking about, the potential of the location. So in District 4 or close to amenities or close to transit, we should not be accepting a 30 dwelling units per acre proposition. We really should be targeting areas where we think there is the most promise in terms of providing housing for our growing population. So in terms of our direction tonight, I would encourage, well, I wouldn't try to influence the others too much, but I would encourage us to think in a less constrained way, the way that Commissioner Pimentel has really put forth quite eloquently. And also Commissioner DeCarty, and asking exactly the right questions, which is, we know where we want to get to. How do we get there? And we need to ask the right people how we get there. We need to think about the feasibility of future development. And when we're thinking about feasibility and the fact that we're looking to build affordable units, we have to think about not just density, which of course it's a non-starter without a certain level of density, but also the complement policies that promote affordable housing and support affordable housing development and give affordable housing developers the edge to be able to develop. It won't be the density alone. And looking at public land for exactly that same reason, because if we want to deliver on the affordable part of the affordable housing, we have to be looking beyond just the number of units that we can fit on a site. And of course, all of this that I'm saying, I think makes it clear that I'm also looking at an option D, which is all of the above and more. And so I would also just close with, I feel silly saying this in front of the Planning Commission, but there are a lot of different ways, a lot of different forms that different levels of density can take. I don't know if you've ever played that game, but you really should. Guess the density, guess the dwelling units per acre of different types of housing developments, mixed-use developments throughout the country, in the Bay Area, California, whatever. You often can't guess it. The sky's the limit when it comes to, oh, that's the wrong pun, but when it comes to thinking of different forms that buildings can take to really fit into the broader context of the neighborhood. So that's just a really encouraging note for those who might be a little bit apprehensive about 100 dwelling units per acre, for example. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Horst and Commissioner Merriman.
Hi, good evening. I have several questions and comments that I would like to address quickly. This is really for the consultant, but a comment is to take into account the impacts of AB 1763, which was part of the 2019 suite of housing legislation, but it does allow for 100% affordable housing projects to have additional planning adjustments so that they can work in a denser context. And I don't know if you're tracking on this, but in the city of San Mateo, that was employed on public land specifically with the hopes and the outcome of being able to really maximize public land for public benefit. And so they added 2 floors and an additional, I believe about 80 homes. And that was really at the direction of their council, but that's something to take a look at and understand as you're looking through where to put density and how potentially to move that forward. I think most people know that I am employed by Mid-Penn Housing and that have deep experience with the city's affordable housing overlay zone, and would urge re-looking at that in this current financing constraint environment to make sure that it's going to work and create a density that's feasible going forward. The existing housing stock is not necessarily indicative of what would work in today's market, given that it was conceived of many decades ago. I would also ask if the consultant and the city really will be digging into the regional housing needs assessment. That allocation is a big number, and it is great that it breaks it down by income level, but I think further analysis is really needed to understand who exactly in Menlo Park do we think will be needing the housing. You can look at several trends in the county. So you can see that we are an aging county. It is too expensive for many people to live here, and they seek housing elsewhere, even if they have employment here. So we have many people who I would say are overhoused in large homes that may be just a couple or an empty nester, or maybe even just one person that may not have a place to transition to next. And the county's done a lot of research on this, so you could take a look at that and try to understand kind of where people are, where are their options to move forward. And so I would conjecture that there is a need for affordable senior homes, in addition to, of course, affordable family homes. And then we hear over and over again in the comments, I heard from Housing Choices this evening, I believe we heard from Ms. Kalisha, and we see that many individuals are very disadvantaged in the marketplace from being able to secure an actual market rate apartment, either because it's too expensive or because they have intellectual disabilities that actually make it hard for them to get through all the hoops to actually get into those homes, which is why you see the county having preferences in some cases for these populations, because it's they're trying to thread the needle between the need. And certainly Ms. Webster could give us some further statistics about how many individuals Housing Choices are serving from their case management perspective in the city of Menlo Park. But that's just, that's information that would be helpful as we move forward so that we can try to think through like what are the different populations that really need to get considered and how do we get input from them. I believe we heard from another individual as well from the disability community. Benjamin, I believe his name is. And those are comments that I hear in every community in San Mateo County, and they're very important to consider because the housing stock is so limited for these folks. They really have very few options. And so I think we can do a better job of trying to match the demand in Menlo Park with what we're hoping will be the end housing product. Taking a look at some other things that are on my mind that I don't have the answer to, but that I am curious about and that I am wrestling with. Something that I would love to see input from the various representatives from District 1, Commissioner Tate, and also Council Member Taylor, if that's appropriate, is really, just because we're not looking at additional density in District 1 doesn't mean that there aren't city policies that could potentially help people who live in District 1. And this could be related to tenant protections. It could be related to displacement. And so I'd love to see maybe questions and some research done on that particular topic so that we don't, in bypassing the planning and for density, also bypass other opportunities that we may have through this exercise to really make the housing work in Menlo Park for all residents here. So that's a comment. And then I'll just conclude and say that, like Commissioner Barnes, I'm participating in the Menlo Park City School District's Housing Advisory Team and have one child in the district. Related to that is really the attention is the work that UC Berkeley is doing right now from the Othering and Belonging Institute. And they really look at segregation, not only in the city, but also in the region. And I think it's a rich source of discussion for what the housing element process is trying to achieve. The Othering and Belonging, their work looks at many different factors in ranking different parts of neighborhoods and cities into different areas that identify what has highest and highest resources. And one of the foundation sort of bedrock metrics is third grade reading level. So, for that reason alone, because we're looking across the city and we have 2 districts that have a really great education services, that we should be looking to open the doors of both of those different services. And I'd like to see, I'll be supporting option A of spreading throughout the city. So that probably looks at upzoning several sites, including perhaps the Safeway site in Sharon Heights and other sites downtown. But the details of that, I think, really should come from staff. And I think I'll conclude on just stating my support for option A and thanking you all for this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Merriman and Commissioner Leach.
Sorry for suddenly dropping off. My dog unplugged my computer and it went crashing to the ground. I'm new to the Housing Commission, and it's been really just an education and a real pleasure to hear input from other people and the bold vision from some of my other commissioners. I would support, I also support kind of an all of the above. I would support A and development along El Camino. One question I have is, I know one of the other, someone else was talking about the number of giant housing that are going in. I know in my neighborhood in the Willows, anytime a house goes down, a McMansion goes up. So I think it's awesome that we're taking this really bold approach, because left to its own devices, we're not going to get affordable housing. Assuming that we just are super successful and all of these developments go through, and we get a series of developments along the parking lots in downtown Menlo Park and SRI. one of the things that I wonder, and I don't know that it's like I said, I'm new, I don't know that this is the purview of either of these commissions, but how do we handle the actual construction process? I mean, or how do we handle the public education and get public buy-in for the fact that there's going to be just massive disruption in parking and environmental debris, that kind of thing. That's just where my brain always goes to as someone who lives here. I remember that downtown Palo Alto, they had a series of developments along Ramona, and it made it impossible to go down there. It's just one small inconvenience in the larger scheme of things, but is there a way to, is public buy-in for the inconvenience and the disruption and the lack of parking? I mean, is that part of the Housing Element Commission, or is that a different department entirely? And that's just more a thought than anything.
Thank you. So I guess seeing no other Housing Commission hands raised, I will make my comments. I also support option A plus more density downtown. And I want to just plus one Lauren's comments about the climate. We just don't have time to mess around. And yes, things will be inconvenient, to your point, Commissioner Leach, but they will be very, very inconvenient if we don't act and act boldly. So I think a lot of the staff report was phrased around equal distribution, or spread balanced distribution throughout council districts, and I don't think that's as important as school districts. We have two very, very well-resourced and high-performing school districts, and that could benefit from increased diversity. And I think we should make sure that both of them have that benefit. So that is one of the reasons I support option A, because it does provide for the most planning in the Sharon Heights neighborhood. But what I don't like about option A is that it's very tepid on density downtown. And by downtown, I mean El Camino, I mean Santa Cruz, I mean 2 or 3 blocks or 4 blocks off of Santa Cruz, that whole area. I definitely want to pursue the parking lot option, and that is in options A and B. There's one option that doesn't include the parking lots, and I don't know why not. I think we need all of the above. I would like us to think really creatively and expansively about city-owned land. And, there are a bunch of older buildings in our civic center that could be much nicer looking and have housing above. And again, to several public commenters' points, parking doesn't have to be the only thing in a 2-dimensional space. We have 3 dimensions, and we need to use all of them. So parking underground or housing over parking, we really need to consider all of it. I wanted to point out, to the point of special needs, that there was a bond passed for housing for people with mental illness. And I recently met with someone from NAMI, I believe, who is starting an organization to look for solutions for supportive housing it's a bunch of parents with children with mental illness who need a little bit of support to take their medications, but they can live independently with a little bit of support. Parents are aging, and they're desperately looking for solutions to house their adult children. And there's money available in this bond fund. So that's something I'd like to put on our radar. Regarding single family zoning and SB 9, and should we sort of go beyond that? I do think we can do better than simply complying with the state law. I did sit in on a presentation put on by the Turner Center, I believe, where a city planner from Portland talked about their process for creating Plex zoning. And one of the things they did, because they're in their community outreach, they recognized that really what people were afraid of was big, massive homes. They pictured a plex as being very imposing. And so when they zoned, they considered massing. And so regardless of how many homes are on a parcel, the massing is controlled. So it reduced the oversized single family homes as well as making room for fourplexes. And they combined it with incentives for deed restrictive affordable housing by allowing them going to 6. So there is a lot we could do. And I just wanted to note that SB 10 requires city action. So, you know, it's not all just taken care of by the state. The city would have to enact the law that SB 10 allows us to enact. And then finally, just on heights, they really don't matter unless you walk around like this. I mean, at a certain point, if the street level is pleasant and expansive, then, you know, most people don't look up when they're walking around. So I think once you get to 5 floors, you might as well go to 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever it needs, whatever we need to do to get the housing in and to welcome the people into our community. So with that, I'll conclude. I guess A+, higher heights and greater density downtown, and a reconsideration of all the public lands that are available. One more thing I didn't say that I thought of is the corp yard, the yard, I don't know, the one that we were identifying that is north of Burgess. Could that move somewhere else? Could that move somewhere closer to the Bayfront Park, perhaps, near the facility down there? And then we open that up for housing. I mean, we need to think about all these things. So I think that concludes comments from the Housing Commission. I'll pass it back to you, Commissioner Doran.
Thank you. And I've had one very patient commissioner waiting, but also I think since Commissioner Riggs had the floor and yielded, I'd like to allow him to continue his comments, and then Commissioner Harris.
Well, thank you. And thank you for saving me from going last. I'm going to start by saying how glad I am I got to hear the last 5 or 6 comments. Several comments, although I will lean on, I think, one in particular. So I want to make some observations and then suggest perhaps an unlikely conclusion. We'll start by noting that we are currently in construction or have already approved over 1,000 units in Series 5 here. Most of those, however, will have no real public transit adjacent. The only real public transit we have is Caltrain, that's on El Camino Real. And so 400 of those units plus are located, so they truly are, with electrification, going to be transit oriented. At least for those destinations that you can get to that are also transit oriented. There is no free lunch. And something that I've pointed out before is that if you take an apartment in Menlo Park, I think it's pretty rare that one person can rent an apartment. I mean, a $5,000 a month, 1.5 bedroom apartment is not viable for most of us. It's going to be a couple and sometimes more. And the assumption that both occupants will work on the transit corridor is often a pipe dream. So we have to understand that just by building housing, we're actually going to increase traffic and impact on our infrastructure. But we are going to increase housing, so we'll move on from there. I'll note that we in Menlo Park were early adopters of ADUs. We called them SDUs at the time, and we pressed rather hard to get them. There was a fair amount of opposition even though in fact an awful lot of them already exist. They were just under the table. I agree that there is quite a range of occupants in ADUs, that ADUs tend to serve a lower income population. I've seen that personally. And I'll note that there's a good chance that the survey that was done on ADUs did not include rather a number of ADUs that were under the table, because one doesn't want to come forward and describe one's little spare income property. And those in a couple of parts of Menlo Park, not just District 1, but District 3, are very much under market, because they can be, because they're old and simple and had very little money put into them, which I hate to say is what makes things affordable. We do operate, the Planning Commission is very aware of it, and I imagine the Housing Commission has a sense of it, that we are subject to lobbying by those interested in growth. I hear arguments that support growth from a surprising range of nonprofits. I just want to keep that in mind, because our interest should be in Menlo Park and the residents of Menlo Park. I don't want to miss appreciating all the work that has done by staff, by M Group, by my fellow volunteers, and the eagerness that I hear tonight to be bold. There's real commitment here. So I hope you tolerate me in drawing my conclusions and suggesting a possible altered path. I ask myself, particularly with planning at this level, whom do we serve? Whom do we seek to serve? Is it people who would like to live here? Is it business owners who would like to grow and have more employees? Or is it the residents who are here? The answer for me is pretty clear, but when I talk to some of our leaders, it doesn't seem to be that way at all. I know growth is important for revenue, and I know a little bit more about why that's important than I would want to share tonight, but others of you know also. So when I look at what do we want to do here, I have to remember John Rosenbaum's comments. Though he stood out as perhaps the only one of a couple who were willing to step forward and say, hey, you know, I worked really hard and lived really cheap so that I could buy a house in Menlo Park. I really looked forward to Menlo Park. And I managed to get a single family house with a yard next to, I'm expanding now, next to other single family homes with just yards and a commonality of a way of life. Is that okay? And I feel that John is almost put in a position of defense as the only one who wants to say, hey, I worked really hard to get here. And I didn't know you guys were going to change the rules. Well, I don't think we want to change the rules. And I've heard some great suggestions here tonight about where to concentrate growth. I think downtown is the clear location. And it's been expressed by different housing commissioners in different ways. But I think it really adds up, and there's some real clarity there. And I won't repeat the logic. So my first thought is, in order to build the housing where it can do the most good for revitalizing our town and have the least impact on existing neighborhoods. And may I note, displacement is a significant issue when you upzone. This is not new. I've been volunteering for close to 20 years. And I remember a volunteer on one of the commissions who appeared regularly asking for affordable housing. And 4.5 years into her frequent appearances at council, she disappeared. She got priced out by rent. She's gone. So I look at how are we getting to this position where we keep saying we need more housing, and Rena looks at Menlo Park and say, God, the way you guys are going, you're going to need another 3,000 units. But so what are we doing to do this? We are approving, or we were approving until fairly recently, significant projects that raised housing demand. And I've tried to tell my brother back east, the curiosity out here where you have the same 5 people, I'm not talking about the current 5 people because things have changed in the last couple of years, who will face north and say, we need new revenue, we need to spruce up our city, and the best way to get a good flow of money is to approve a whole lot of office projects. And then they turn around and face south, tug at their hair and say, I don't understand what happened. Suddenly we're in a housing deficit. How on earth did this happen? Oh my, we have traffic everywhere. We don't have enough parks. We have schools issues. I guess we have to build a whole lot of housing. I actually heard someone tonight suggest, oh, in order to support the cost of housing, we should throw in some additional commercial. That means office space. I'm just astounded that our city and the cities up and down the peninsula are in a hole, still digging and wondering how they're going to get out. But they're digging overtime, except Menlo Park, where we've taken a couple of years off, much to our credit. I believe that council should formalize that they aren't going to generate more housing. Council should focus on transportation to relieve the conditions of not only those of limited means in housing, but all of us and our quality of life. We don't have a commission on quality of life, I'll note. And when we establish that we're in a different direction, yes, we should be building certain projects downtown, including the designated low and very low income housing so that we can get funding for it and not pretend that we can build a whole bunch of 7,000 a month units in order to get another 30 affordable units. And then our council should turn back to ABAG and say, would you be so kind as to recalculate our RHNA? Because unlike South San Francisco and Santa Clara and Redwood City and Millbrae, and I'm trying to remember the other 3 that I summarized only recently, they're all building 1 million square feet plus of housing. Unlike them, we aren't going to dig the hole any deeper. And we are going to build some housing downtown. We've been doing a great job of it, but we'd like to ask for a recalculation on our RHNA so that we can focus on what we know for our residents we want to build downtown. Thank you particularly to Nevada Merriman pointing out the displaced members as we do develop, and that we have an aging population and the seniors, that is, who are Menlo Park residents and are the people we serve, would like to stay in their town. So that's my radical proposition, and I hope I didn't shake us up too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Commissioner Riggs. I would now like to recognize Commissioner Harris, who's been waiting patiently for some time.
Thank you. While I have had my hand up a while, I do appreciate that we moved over and let the Housing Commission speak first. So I definitely appreciate that. I'd like to thank the Housing Commission for their comments and the public commenters and staff and the M Group. Just a couple things. Well, we have a big task in front of us, and we have to do it in a way that's affirmatively furthering fair housing. I finally learned to say those 4 words without messing it up, which we haven't really done very well in the past. We know that housing really determines the outcomes of many other factors for people, be they jobs or education or income or wealth. They're really all tied to housing. I really appreciate all the work that's been done so far. I agree that we need strong policies and incentives in order to build all the housing that we're going to need to do. I don't think we're at the point yet to decide on one of these strategies. I really think all the, I think that we do need to do because we need to distribute the housing, not just among the districts, but among the school districts. I think that's going to be super important. And also C, which helps us with our downtown, which I think is going to be so important. So at this juncture, I just don't think we should really be eliminate anything. So I'm also the and. And we should take another look at the city-owned land. I think we're just going to need to think very creatively, and there might be some really good opportunities there. So I would recommend that we go back and take another look at all the city-owned land and see what could be possible. I guess I feel like we're serving our Menlo Park current residents best by including housing that will allow us to have people that work in our restaurants, teaching in our schools, et cetera. And that's how I, as a resident, I think I'm served best. Buying a house in Menlo Park has not been available to most people. And now that it is, the prices are many times what they were. So just a couple little things that I'm not sure have been mentioned. Again, downtown is so important, and once we get better housing, we're going to be able to have a more vibrant downtown. I would request that we take another look at their downtown plan so that we have a really good vision for how all of the downtown is going to work, especially as we have new folks. One other thing that I just wanted, smaller thing, I know we're not there yet, but I just wanted to put on record about ownership units. I'm really interested in some opportunities for ownership units. I'm really happy to learn that Mid-Penn has been able to develop some. And I just think that, when we give folks the opportunity to build wealth and build community, I think that is also what is about affirmatively furthering fair housing. So I'd like to take a look at some ownership options, especially in the SRI area, where you could have families that are living right across from the recreation center. A quick thing on Sharon Heights. It seems like we put all of our eggs for that area in the Sharon Heights, mostly in the Sharon Heights Shopping Center. So I'm just concerned, has anyone contacted the owners of the Sharon Heights Shopping Center if they're even interested in redeveloping? Because if we have trouble doing that area, then we're really going to be struggling to find housing in the Las Lomitas district. So that's another thing. Okay, I guess that's all of my, and I agree always with Commissioner DeCarty on parking. I would like to look at changing those rules, both in residential and commercial. There are opportunities to reduce traffic and transportation if we also reduce the parking. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. I would just like to add my own comments, and I'll try to keep them very brief. I endorse the view expressed by several commissioners on both commissions that we should distribute the new housing. So I favor option A, which I think spreads it out better than any other option. I'm a little bit skeptical of over-reliance on the transit corridor because, Caltrain is not yet electrified, and Caltrain has had capacity problems. It's been standing room only, and its destinations are fairly limited. So I don't think that that's really an answer to all of our transit problems. I think it's important to integrate low-income housing throughout Menlo Park. So I support option A for that reason. I'm also skeptical of, option D being all the above and more. This is a significant increase in housing units for a city the size of Menlo Park. And I think that we need to be somewhat measured in how we grow, because, history is littered with towns that grew too fast and suffered consequences that they didn't envision. And that can be traffic, it can be schools, all kinds of things. So I'm scared, frankly, of growing too fast. We've seen what happened when office space grew too fast, and it created a lot of imbalances that we're now suffering from. And, I totally agree that housing needs to catch up and should be the priority. But I think that we need to be realistic and I'd say cautious about how quickly we change the landscape on the ground here. And we need to worry about unintended consequences. And I think we do need to take into account the residents who are here that, came here for a certain lifestyle. I don't think that their views are the only views that matter, but I do think that they need to be taken into account, and they deserve to be taken into account. So I would favor option A, but I'm not in favor of, all the above and more. And with that, we're at 10:54. So I'd like to maybe talk to Ms. Sandmeyer about our procedure, and Ms. Grove, Commissioner Grove. Planning Commission can't continue beyond 11 without taking a vote on it. I assume that Housing Commission has a similar rule.
We've never experienced going beyond 11.
Well, lucky you.
Yeah.
We have.
But I suspect that the Housing Commission is ready to entertain a motion. I'm feeling like there's some consensus for A+ density and density downtown, and possibly A+ everything. So I would invite the Housing Commissioners to raise your hand if you'd like to make a motion. Heather, Commissioner Leach.
I move for option A+, increased density downtown area, broadly defined, as what you had said, Commissioner Grove.
Mm-hmm.
I'll happily second that.
Okay, shall we take a vote? Let's see. I'll call.
Sorry, can I ask? I don't really understand what A+ is. We had a staff report that laid out 3 options. We're modifying it now, and it seems quite inspecific as to what we're voting on. So I'm happy to abstain. I think this is probably not material of.
I think it's probably good to clarify. Well, Heather, why don't you go ahead and clarify? I mean, we have the tables here to refer to.
Yeah, let me refer to the table. So option A was moderate upzoning throughout the city. And then there was option C, which was mixed use development focused on downtown El Camino. And inspired by the bold comments of many people here, and the fact that we don't, that it's hard, it might be actually hard to get some of this off the ground. I think that we're thinking big. So thinking like option A, and then seeing if we can add in the increased density on the publicly owned land in downtown Palo Alto. Downtown Menlo Park, sorry, we're not in Palo Alto. And I would love if someone else wanted to put that a little bit more eloquently and concisely.
Does citywide upzoning include Bellhaven?
No.
I thought the whole point here was a discussion around equitably doing this in districts other than.
Can staff put
Bellhaven.
the options up on shared screen?
Yeah.
We can look at them together.
And Chair Grove, may I ask a couple questions of
Yes,
Deanna
please.
Chow?
Yes. But should we get back to the question of, I think I was trying to rush and get us to a conclusion that we're not ready to get to. So
I'm gonna try to help us out.
Okay.
Hi, Deanna. Is your opinion that in option A between AB 1763 and affordable housing overlay zone, that one could achieve higher densities along the El Camino and in downtown, such that perhaps some of the enthusiasm the commission sees for higher density could be addressed?
Thank you, Commissioner Merriman. So yes, I think through the various density bonus laws, there could be opportunities for higher densities. With that being said, there could also be opportunities for higher minimum densities without the need for a bonus law as well. So, I mean, that's part of the conversation that we wanted to have. It was identified in the staff report. We identified the use of 30 dwelling units per the acre as a state default density, but certainly you can have higher densities and achieve similar amounts of units, and having smaller amounts of parcels with higher densities. You could have the same amount of parcels with higher densities. So there's different ways to mix and match and get the same outcomes. So increasing the density is something that can be considered as part of this conversation as well. But to your original question, Commissioner Merriman, the use of various bonus laws could achieve higher densities with 30 DU to the acre.
Okay, thank you. I think for that reason, I still support just kind of a clean option A, but I, Chair Grove, if you want to, there's sort of a motion that has been proposed, and if you want to continue that through, we can see where it lands.
You know, I can unmove. I mean, I can retract it if you feel like there's more, if it feels like it was rushed and there's more clarification needed. So.
Do you want to invite a friendly amendment to your motion from Commissioner Merriman?
Yes.
Well, I think I would just move to adopt the staff recommendation, and which seems a bigger level, higher level approach to how they're looking at things, and ask them and trust them to take that to the next level. So I would move support of the staff recommendation, option A.
Well, that is pretty different, I think, actually, than Heather's motion.
Right.
Which
so I don't
is
know that
to
it's
not
a
be
friendly
limited.
amendment.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
not.
But I you know, with the further clarification that that you invited, Commissioner Merriman, I mean, I can see that the higher density could be accommodated in option A, and don't want to throw out the work that the staff had done. So, and if we feel like there's more conversation needed, it's not, you know, it's 11 o'clock, you know, we don't maybe need to come to a resolution right now. So I retract from the floor and.
Okay, I hope that procedurally that's okay. I'm going to assume it is until somebody pops in and tells me it's not. So we have no motion right now, and Rachel is raising her hand.
Commissioner Merriman, can you spell out why you would support option A as is? Because I'm hearing you ask questions about density bonus, which the highest density bonus would be available to an affordable project. The more affordable you have, the more density bonus you can avail yourself of as a project. And for a fully affordable project, there's far and away more density allowed on the site than for a market rate project. So is that where we're going with this? So we would leave it at the assumed 30 dwelling units per acre, and but knowing that there are these other mechanisms for particular types of projects. I'm trying to understand
I think that's where I was going with this. The affordable housing overlay zone was set in the prior exercise. I think there's an opportunity to reset it in such a way that it would be feasible. I think that there are many best-in-class developer owner operators that work in Silicon Valley. My employer aside could be excluded and you would still get very good input from a number of folks, be it Saris Regis, Bridge Housing, Mercy Housing, Eden Housing, etc. There is endless demand for affordable housing in Menlo Park. For every one home that we bring on market, there's 20 applications. And many of these folks live in our community and teach in our schools. So I think you have, when the consultant is ready to dig into that, I think that they're going to come up with a good number for what they need. Furthermore, with AB 1763, you have a lot of discretion to go up where you need to. And it's being done in the region across the state. So in the region and then also across the state. So I think that's where I would go with this, is trying to make sure that the overlay zone works. And I trust that there'll be opportunities to work on that. I think I heard Ms. Chow correctly that is going to happen in a subsequent part of the process, and it's a little unnerving to be deciding on this particular part here without the full information of what's coming next. And so I hope that our council members and our other commissioners can kind of hold ourselves to evaluating and looking at that as we go.
Commissioner Merriman, would you accept a friendly amendment if you were making that motion? Would you accept a friendly amendment to think more expansively about publicly owned land?
Well, absolutely. I think that that's a key
Okay.
strategy for affordability.
Okay. Would you like to make that motion? Or do any other housing commissioners want to? Because you've convinced me with what you just said about designing the affordable housing overlay to get the density that we need.
Well, I think then you should make the motion, Chair.
Okay. All right. I will move.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So Commissioner Merriman, you're a resident person on the spot right now, and I appreciate you answering questions. When I look at the difference between option A and option C, what I'm seeing is 280 units of very low and low affordable units across downtown and El Camino that are present in option C but aren't in option A. You think it's feasible-ish to make those 280 happen if we are just moving forward with looking at public lands and going forward with A?
I mean, that's a question for staff, really.
Okay, staff. Let me redirect then.
So I think we're asking staff.
It's true, I am.
Yes.
Thanks. So Commissioner Bigelow, you were mentioning the difference between option A and option C. I'm looking at specifically the downtown El Camino Real area. Is that what you're focusing on?
Correct. There are 494 total units in option A for the downtown ECR area. And in option C, there are 774 total units that are split between the very low and low income affordability levels, which is really 140 units of each. That is, would that be reasonable to believe that such a thing would be possible if we were moving forward with option A and then partaking in radical policy usage?
So I guess is the outcome desired still the 774 units that are presented in option C, or are you, or so I guess
what I'm looking for is equitable distribution which I think is important. Also, affordability along transit. So in my mind, that's option A plus 280 units along in the downtown El Camino area. But I'm hearing that there's potential for some flexibility around all of these development ratios if we utilize density bonus laws and new policies that have been passed.
So I think the question was and maybe around densities. And so could you achieve higher number of units at various affordability, at the lower affordability levels by using different bonus laws? And so I believe that you could achieve, have a minimum density of 30 dwelling units to the acre, and then apply an overlay or use our city's BMR ordinance or state density bonus law to achieve higher numbers of units without increasing the density. In option A, it spreads more evenly the number of units amongst the sort of 3 geographic areas that were identified. So the Sharon Heights area, the Willow Middlefield Road corridor, and the downtown area. In option C, you'll see that there's a development ratio of 65%. So it's identifying that we would be looking at increased development in the downtown in comparison to option A. So it spreads, the distribution is not as equitable in that in option C in terms of number of units. Doesn't mean that it's not a good option. I heard a lot of comments today about trying to put housing near transit services, putting them near our downtown and resources. And so that's where having a higher development ratio would focus our policies and our regulations around trying to achieve that higher development ratio in that was presented in option C.
I want to ask Lauren, are you asking if we can both? I mean,
I'm asking if
we don't need
can...
to limit ourselves to the RHNA number, right? We can shoot for a higher number, and we can do that by increasing the planned density in the downtown El Camino Real corridor. Is that what you're?
I'm essentially saying I'd love to see option A with the modification of additional densification along El Camino and downtown area.
And asking if we can accomplish that with an affordable housing overlay. Right?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the question, Deanna.
So I think, yes, I mean, the affordable state density bonus or an affordable housing overlay increases the allowed density on a site. So that's one option. There's also zoning regulations, right, where we can just either include increase the minimum zoning, and these are conversations that we can continue to have. We'll be having more policy conversation next month, or having set the maximum higher so that without a density bonus, someone might come in and achieve the same number of units on the site without applying a state density bonus or the AHO, the affordable housing overlay. But the AHO does say that you have to provide a certain amount of affordable housing in exchange for market rate units. So the more affordable or the lower affordability that is provided, that helps with achieving those lower figures instead of just sort of coming in potentially at market rate units, if that makes sense. The AHO requires a certain amount of affordable units in exchange for market rate units. That's how a density bonus works.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Okay, I admit to getting lost in all the details.
Happy to try to
I
help think, clarify
I
if you
think,
have more.
well, I think the Housing Commission is torn between following the lead of Commissioner Merriman and suggesting
The city
we
staff,
recommend and
following the
city
lead of the
staff,
city staff, I think.
following the lead of Commissioner Merriman and following the lead of the city staff, versus giving direction to do that with the modification of shooting for increased density in the downtown area by that extra 300 or so units that Lauren just pointed to. So I think we have a little bit two different lines of thinking. So I would like to go out on a limb and move that we do the latter and recommend, with the greatest appreciation for the city staff recommendation, yes to that. And let's also increase the density in the downtown corridor per option C.
And you talked about, I mean, we spent so much time talking about being creative about other
thank
city-owned
you.
properties. So I
Yes.
would ask that we include that.
Thank you. And being creative and looking carefully at what is possible on city-owned property beyond the parking lots. And without eating up green space. So,
May I ask a question?
sure.
And I'm sorry, it's a procedural question. I don't mean to interject. Is this a housing commission vote and then we proceed to a
Yeah.
planning commission vote? That's
Yes.
the procedure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
we need
So,
to have a separate vote for the planning commission. We
Yeah.
can either pass the same resolution the housing commission passed, we can pass something completely different, or we can amend what they passed. It's up to us.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for interrupting.
yeah. And even though this is a housing commission thing, I appreciate the planning commissioners chiming in. Go ahead, whoever was trying to jump
Chair
in.
Grove, would you be willing to let the planning commission discuss a bit and then have us
Yeah.
and move us backwards a little bit? I mean, I would be interested to see where they're landing on this.
Yeah.
I think it would be most helpful if our
Yes, I agree.
commissions had some sort of direction to offer staff and to bring to our council.
Hey guys, I have to go. I have a 5 o'clock wake up for work, so I'm out. I apologize, but I've got to go.
Understood. That actually brings me back to the point I mentioned about 20 minutes ago. We actually are not supposed to continue by our bylaws, I guess, past 11 o'clock without a vote of the commission. So can I have a quick vote from the planning commission on whether we want to continue tonight, or whether we want to do this another time? In the interest of time, I'm gonna ask for a vote without any discussion. I'd like to just see if we can approve it. So, Commissioner DeCarty, are you willing to hang in here tonight?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes, but I'm still going.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it to the parliamentarian and decipher that vote. Commissioner Riggs?
Yes, but can we specify, say, 11:30? I don't want an endless meeting.
Okay. You want to make a motion to that effect then, and we'll formalize it a little bit.
Have any planning commissioners not voiced? Mr. DeCarty been able to voice whether he's willing? Yes. Mr. Barnes?
I'm sorry, that was to cap it at 11:30, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Sure. There's some externalities in terms of the housing commission and our discussion, but let's put that as an objective. Yes.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit concerned. It's 13 minutes and I'm not sure that we can.
I don't think we can do it.
I don't want to take another vote. So
yeah.
Can I propose a motion that we continue this meeting until 11:45, try to wrap it up by then? So we'll have the constitutional authority to keep going, but Commissioner Riggs will be assured we won't be here all night. Is that good? Commissioner DeCarty?
Yes.
Commissioner Barnes?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Tate?
Yes, but at 11:45, I'm off. Thank
Okay,
you.
and Commissioner Riggs, I missed you. I'm sorry. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay, we're here till 11:45. Housing Commission has generously punted the ball back to us. And I believe that Commissioner Barnes had his hand up first.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion, and that doesn't dampen any other discussion about it, but the procedure we have at Planning Commission is we'll make a motion and then we can have further discussion. I'd like to make a motion to adopt option C, and I will give you my thoughts on that. I think that we've got two really worthy objectives here. We've got a density objective, and we've got the objective of delivering really deeply affordable housing at scale. And I think those are two really different things. I think we can make, and we are making progress in many ways on the wider density question. As it relates to delivering affordable housing at scale, that is a complex endeavor. I mean, it takes a whole financing structure to it. It takes, when I mean affordable housing at scale, I mean deed restricted. You've got affordability covenant, you've got regulatory restrictions on the units that allows for that particular project to go get the type of financing that's needed to build these things, because it doesn't come from, it can only come from fairly complex financing stacks that have layers of, it can start with municipal, it goes to state, it goes to county, you've got federal, and then you've got a whole different array of programs at the HUD level and at the federal level from HUD and other organizations and HCD. So what I believe C does, C sends a message that A, we're serious about delivering density in the city. B, we're serious about doing it at scale in one area of the city that can accommodate it. C, it allows for site selection and puts an emphasis on site selection that is going to score well for the different types of grants needed and financing and loans needed for development in this area. So if you look at the numbers, that the difference between A and C, what it signals, C signals that the emphasis on this is for the downtown area. And I think that should be the case. As far as Middlefield, Willowfield is in fact the same. Middlefield looks a little different, but fact is SRI is right there. And although SRI is in the other sites, that's 400 units that's effectively on Middlefield as well. So I don't think that the plan for C under indexes dispersing it throughout the city. And look, if we want to bounce Sharon Heights for the purpose of discussion from 442 to 588 and have that be the number for option C, so that covers, looking at Sharon Heights and saying, let's get the numbers in there. Let's get the numbers across the other places in the city. So we've got dispersion throughout the city, and it sends a signal that the downtown area is where near transit, near the bus rapid transit on ECR, near Caltrain, and near other modes of transportation is really where our focus should be as a city. So I make a motion that we adopt C for the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner DeCarty, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Barnes. I think that's a really creative approach, and it was where I was headed. So I don't know if we're going to come to an agreement, but I think we're in the same ballpark. I'll just make my point. This is not a mandate to build, it's to set up incentives to build, I believe. So that's number one. Number two is, from this great discussion tonight and from our housing commissioners, what I have learned is that there are a ton of details to be worked out that is going to determine whether or not we build or not. There are things around density. There are things around the affordable housing overlay. There are things around financing. There are things around the impact of SB 9 and 10. There are things around height and the really creative ideas from Commissioner Pimentel about downtown. There are things about parking, my pet peeve. We could all add ours in this mix. And so what I take away from this is actually on one level, no matter what we choose, the devil is in the details. And I really appreciate Housing Commissioner Merrim for that background on that. And so from my standpoint, what I don't get is why don't we give ourselves every opportunity for every option right now so that when the details get figured out, we actually end up in the best options. It would sure be a shame to eliminate a set of options and then have the details point in the direction we just got rid of. And so with that as a setup, my friendly amendment to Commissioner Barnes would be to look at page 16, to look at chart table 10, and to go through each of those columns, downtown, Middlefield, Willow, Sharon Heights, other, pick the number that is the largest in each of those columns, and that is my friendly amendment. I actually think we're darn close, Commissioner Barnes, except we would thumb wrestle over Middlefield. And for purposes of what I just laid out, I don't quite get why we would eliminate Middlefield right now over those others. So I think that would be my friendly amendment, building on your excellent conversation about why the focus on C, but then the willingness to sort of look at Sharon Heights. And I wonder if you might extend that to those other columns.
This is definitely the all-you-can-eat buffet, you know, just load it in. I would want to ask the staff that question, because I always like to think that the people who put this together were using their noggins as well. And a distortion of the numbers might have an unintended impact. So allow me to ask through chair to staff, the delicateness of the balance, as for instance, put in scenario C. Is it a tight wire act, or is it, you know, I could stand a few more onion rings in the basket?
Thanks for your analogy there, Commissioner Barnes. So I think for studying purposes, yeah, having options is great. I think once we start, we do want to narrow it down though, when we want to create a project description for the purposes of creating our project description for our notice of preparation for our CEQA work. I think having a larger number that is not intended to be used would overstudy impacts that may not represent what the project is what the ultimate decision would be for the project. And so I do think there's opportunity for flexibility. You know, I understand where I'm hearing where there might be some concentration of some of the density. And I just wanted to remind folks that the specific plan already includes densities that are higher than 30 dwellings to the acre. So you probably saw there was a little asterisk between like 30 and 60 dwellings to the acre. So I know we've been mentioning 30 a lot as the default density for many of the sites, but the El Camino already has a built-in higher density range. And so, but back to your point, Commissioner Barnes, in terms of, I think for now, we can have conversation, we can present these ideas to the City Council at their meeting on October 26th. But I do think that we need to start refining particular sites, identifying what are the particular densities, identifying what are the particular strategies that can help achieve these numbers for the purposes of getting kind of the areas. So these are the geographic areas. And when we do our CEQA work, we want to make sure that we're understanding where are the impacts potentially going to be occurring. So is there a higher concentration in one particular area or the other? And so, and relatively the number of units in those areas. So perhaps today you can, guide staff to further study, but we will need to ultimately narrow it down unless you're asking for purposes of CEQA, you want like the larger number to be studied, which would be much higher than what it is that we need to plan for to meet our RHNA.
Okay, so we can so by selecting, I'm sorry, Ms. Chow, so by selecting C, we'll signal the area that we want to have emphasis on. And if we spitball a couple of the numbers, it'll be under further review for whether those numbers are appropriate or not. Or are you saying that if we shoot a higher number now, it will bend on a future trajectory? So for instance, if Sharon Heights was bumped from 442 to 588, that would over-index for Sharon Heights in its trajectory as you study this, or at a certain point, someone's going to look and say, no, you could never do, 588 there anyhow.
No, I think the numbers that we presented are things that, so if we said we want 40% of development in a certain area, I mean, then staff would start refining, like, what sites do we want to identify that potentially could achieve that 40% development in Sharon Heights?
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is it should be clean as is. And it sounds like
We're
that's,
okay mixing it. I mean, if we're okay mixing it and matching, I think it's just clear what areas would you like to focus development in.
well, I think that's clear then. Then if that's the case, allow me, for the purposes of brevity, I will accept the second, the friendly amendment related to the second, excuse me, for Sharon Heights, but I prefer not to accept it for Middlefield, if that's okay with Mr. Picardi.
If I just ask a clarifying question of staff, and this could be that I'm not on the same page. What's the downside if we actually planned for more housing? I get it that there's a minimum, but why can't we look at actually the potential for more opportunity? And I get all the conversation today about how unbelievably difficult it is to get financing and that this is still a big reach, but I still don't quite get why we couldn't look that way. And then especially if it's for CEQA purposes, CEQA actually gives us a whole lot of information that would be useful about making choices across those, wouldn't it? So if CEQA done with EIRs done well, it would do that. So I guess
Right, I think CEQA would look at it cumulatively. I don't know if it would get down to that granular level because it's a program level EIR and there's not project specific. So it'll just say cumulatively for all these sites that are being rezoned, these would be the impacts versus, if I took one project or another away, what it would potentially do. And so in terms of thinking about zoning, are you thinking about planning for more for study purposes or potentially rezoning for more to allow for more housing, just for clarity?
So again, if we rezone to allow the potential for more, it does not mean that it gets built, correct? It's a potential use.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, then that's exactly the point I was trying to make. So Commissioner Barnes, I think you should continue with yours. I don't think you and I are on the same page. So make yours and then and we'll go from there. And thanks for the clarification.
So I'll just have it be clean and I'll put a motion. I will continue with my motion on the table to proceed with option C as presented in the staff report with no friendly amendments and with the intent to right size the quantification of the impacts that we get back from staff related to this for reasonable, for numbers that we intend to execute on. So that's my motion. I'll look for a second, or I'll leave commission.
Okay. Do we have a second to Commissioner Barnes' motion to approve option C? Not seeing a second. Failing a second, the motion fails. So I don't have any hands raised. Well, I would like to propose a motion that we adopt option A as suggested by the city staff as proposed. Again, I think that distributing the housing and including Sharon Park is important, and also including Los Lomitas School District is important. Menlo Park City School District is tremendously overburdened already. So I'll propose option A and see if I have a second. Seeing none, that motion fails. Would anyone like to propose another motion, or do we have more discussion? We have 13 minutes left.
I would invite Commissioner Harris, if you're amenable. You were trying to thread the needle off of what the Housing Commission was going to. The one I'm going to propose is going to fail, and I don't want to waste our time, but you might have a pathway.
No, I was going to suggest that we go with with A, but also, I guess it would be, I guess to Barnes' point, it would be, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barnes, it would be C, but adding, adding A, and then also requesting that staff and M Group relook at all of our public land that is not Parks and Green Space. And I guess I would be amenable to adding the middle field or not, if we could get something to pass.
Could I ask a clarifying question through the chair?
Certainly.
So C is essentially, I'm just looking at page 16 of table 10, if that's the simplest thing for me to work through. So C, you take all those numbers across the bottom, and then anywhere where A has a higher number, we substitute. And then all of the other pieces. Is that the interpretation of what you were just suggesting?
Yes, I think so. I originally was going to go at it the other way with A and then add all the extras for C, but I could sort of do it either way. I feel my overall is I think we should distribute throughout the city, and it won't be exactly equal because I would like to focus more on the transportation, downtown, that area.
Well, if I could clarify, I think that what the two of you are saying is the same. It's the higher of either A or C.
Yes.
Doesn't really matter which one you start with.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Tate has a hand up through the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner DeCarty. I haven't had a chance to speak yet. So I actually agree along these lines that we're discussing now with A and C. But I would like some sort of way for it to be built in to revive whatever the contest was, just like Commissioner Pimentel mentioned earlier about throwing out an RFP to see what developers can really do downtown. And what I mentioned earlier about Facebook sponsoring the program, it was actually a contest with developers to see what folks could come up with on how to develop those sites. So I'd like to revive that because we're trying to look at all of our options at one time. And I fear, like Commissioner DeCarty said earlier, that we're going to be selling ourselves short because we're keeping our focus too narrow. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't actually make a motion, but I would be amenable to that. If somebody else would like to make the motion.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My screen froze for a minute, so I didn't hear all of that, Commissioner Tate. I'm sorry, but yeah, if someone would like to make a motion at this time, I'd certainly.
So I would move, trying to build on the conversation, that we recommend to the city council that we take rows A and C and the higher number in each of those as our recommendation of a blended A and C to the city council, with encouragement to look again at all city-owned property for deeper investigation, and encouragement to, well, let me pause there. We could do all sorts of encouragements. I'll stop there. Somebody else could add to it.
Okay. Before we go any further, I'd like to ask.
Can I jump in? Just be explicit about no green space so that we communicate that to the public. Just to Commissioner DeCarty, if you add a caveat about not using green space, that might help the public.
Through the chair, are we now doing a joint vote?
I have no idea.
No, I was going totally out of order. I'm sorry.
No, we still need to do a separate vote. I think that's clear from city staff.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
Certainly we can take the Housing Commission input into what might be a, motion that would also be palatable to the Housing Commission, so we could pass the same motion, which would be greatly helpful to the city council, I think. I wanted to ask Ms. Sandemeyer if the motion as proposed by Commissioner DeCarty is sufficiently clear. To me, the higher of A and C is very clear. After that, it seems maybe a bit less clear. So, or sorry, ask Ms. Chow then.
So my understanding of the motion that's on the table is to recommend to the city council a combination of numbers between A and C, and it's the higher of the number between A and C, and to also encourage city staff to reevaluate all city-owned parcels. I know there was a clarification by Commissioner Grove. I don't know if that was something that Commissioner DeCarty as the maker wanted to add for clarification, that when we reevaluate city-owned properties, that it was not to include green space.
Yeah, that's a definition, but yes, city parks and recreation spaces and that, I don't know what's at the corporate yard that's over there, north, but yes, in that spirit, happy to take that.
Okay.
And I think to Commissioner Harris, maybe just that was me trying to articulate what I think we were headed towards. So did that work?
Yes, it does. And then I was wondering if Commissioner Tate wanted to add a friendly amendment to that, to her point earlier.
Yes, and that is some sort of way to encourage city council to take another look at a contest or something or the other to really engage developers to see what their thoughts are about what they can do with the parking lots. Just very similar to what Commissioner Pimentel mentioned, because it was on the table before, and I'm sure Deanna, you remember that.
Yeah, I'm very happy to add that. I was supportive and would love to add that in. So it's A and C combined, the higher. It's city-owned properties except parks and green spaces, and it's utilizing a contest in the spirit of exploring Housing Commissioner Pimentel's excellent point about the parking spaces downtown and approaching them differently.
It wasn't parking spaces specifically.
I'm sorry.
Building,
Commissioner Tate.
housing.
Building and housing in those.
Right. Thank you.
Excuse me for the late hour. All right, I make that motion.
And I second.
Okay, before we get to a
Ask
vote,
me.
I just
I'm
wanna-
sorry, you didn't ask me for a second yet.
I'm all for it.
I would like to check again with Ms. Chow. Are we clear on the motion if we vote on this motion?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Tate, did you have anything else you wanted to say before we proceed to the vote? I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, no, I'm done. He included what my thoughts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner DeCarty,
Yes.
Commissioner Barnes.
I'm sorry, I cannot vote for this. I think the grab bag approach dilutes the good work product we had from staff and doesn't convey the message for where we want to put this and why we want to put it, where we want to put it, and focusing on an area. So no, I'm a no.
Okay, a no from Commissioner Barnes. And just as a preview, I'm going to vote no for it as well, but let's go the rest of the way through. Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy is gone. Commissioner Riggs?
I could not do this to the existing residents, particularly building on Middlefield with no transit, or Willow, no.
Okay. Commissioner Tate?
Yes.
Okay, and I will vote no. So we're at 3-3, and parliamentarian can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the motion fails. It requires a majority to pass. Is that correct, Ms. Chow?
Motion does not pass with a 3-3-1-0.
Okay.
Right.
In that case, I would like to ask Commissioner Barnes to propose a motion. Perhaps we can come up with something that compromise will pick up one more vote.
Goodness, I can only convey what I believe to be true. And I believe that C is the right approach for what we're looking to accomplish with this. with giving direction to council as to what it is we value, why we value it, and where we want to see this. So I mean, I don't know that I've got any other tricks up my sleeve other than C and, you know, maybe adding in Sharon Heights. So saying 558 for Sharon Heights versus 442 for that, because I do believe the 400 for SRI overweights Willow, Middlefield in that corridor. And it's not near, it doesn't have the same access to transit that ECR does. So, so I guess to bring it, to offer another one, I'll offer C with a flip of offer C with Sharon Heights representing 588. And that's something that I would feel good standing behind.
Okay, do we have a second for this one? Not seeing a second. It's 11:44. I think we are going to have to face that the Planning Commission is going to turn into a pumpkin, and we should decide what we want to do about continuing this. So the options are the next meeting, the next regularly scheduled meeting, which I think probably already has a number of things on the agenda. I don't know if we need to have the next meeting in conjunction with the Housing Committee and Commission, and also we have City Council meeting in 2 weeks. Is that correct? 2 weeks.
Can I ask a question to the first motion people on the Planning Commission? I know this is a little out of order, but if Commissioner Barnes added in the public land exploration and the design contest, would there be support for his motion? Because it's not that different.
It's
than the original
literally
motion.
only 98 units difference.
Oh, yeah, I would support that.
Is that looking at me? Yeah, I'm happy to support that at this point. Is that a signal that that's where you are going to head on the Housing Commission?
I would love for us to make a recommendation. I think that's very similar to the first motion you all were proposing, and I was getting pretty excited that we might be able to make the same. Yeah, yes, short answer to your question. I think so.
I still think that the number for Middlefield should be higher also, just like we're gonna drop down the Sharon Heights number from A. I think Middlefield should drop down also.
Yeah, so I think for right now, the question that was posed to Commissioner Barnes to get a vote on this was if you would accept the amendments that were associated with the other one, which as I recall were the exploration of city-owned spaces, absent looking at parks, and the exploration of the prize or incentive resurrection to apply to the downtown opportunities for housing in those parking spaces. And if you would add that to yours, I think the question was whether you would accept that as a friendly amendment from somebody.
I feel like I'm being vested with power that I don't necessarily have. Let me, so I'll just speak freely here. You know, I actually, after allocating out to Sharon Heights just because we're mad at them or I'm mad at them and they need to take more housing, it's not transit rich out there. So I can't, with the same breath that I can say, I want it on ECR, I want it by downtown, I can't, you know, increase the number on Sharon Heights. So all I can offer is C as is with exploration of city owned and exploration of parking garage in RFO, effectively a request for offer, RFSQ for the city-owned parking lots to diligently look at that. And that's kind of what I do for a living for County of Santa Clara, is offering county properties. So I can understand how that might play out. So that's it. C with exploration of city-owned parcels and exploration of the parking lots to see what's doable there. That is my That's what I can offer. If there's a second out there, I'll take it. I'm
Do we
easy.
have a second for that motion? It appears not. Motion once again fails for lack of a second. Matt, I think I'd like to call on Commissioner Riggs. He's got his hand up. That's very fortunate. Maybe you can get us out of our quandary.
Yes, I hope so. I would like to move that the Planning Commission was split between different options, and that there was reservations about the packaging of the three options, and we were not able to conclude to support an option. However, there was a majority support for providing housing, and some innovative suggestions were made. And with that, I'm afraid the council would have to read the last 30 minutes of our minutes and draw what conclusion they can. I'm afraid that given what we were offered on these three packages, and given the makeup of our commission, we were not able to simply flick a switch. And I think that's just how it is.
Okay. Well, we're already past our authorization to extend to 11:45, so I'll second that motion. Let's take a vote. Commissioner Barnes?
I think that's an accurate representation of tonight's proceedings. Yes.
Commissioner DeCarty?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes, I agree.
Commissioner Riggs?
Yes.
Commissioner Tate?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. So that's our accomplishment. We voted 6-0 that we're unable to come to anybody. At least we can agree on, at least we can agree that we can't agree.
That's refreshing.
Okay, Housing Commission, let's see if we can do better. Commissioner Pimentel, I see your hand.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt Planning Commissioner Barnes's version of recommending option C with an exploration of city-owned parcels and a competition or an RFO to attract developers to bring ideas.
May I add a friendly amendment to go with
Maybe.
I'll go ahead and propose it, and then you can say yes or no, which is basically to go with the greater number in Sharon Heights as well. So it's closer to what.
Sure, I'll accept
the first-
that.
Wonderful.
Sounds great.
Okay, then I'll second your motion. And let's call a vote. Where did I write? I wrote us all down in a certain order. I'll use the same order. I think it was Commissioner Horst. Oh, let me back up. Is the motion clear? To staff? And should we, and maybe we want to have discussion. Sorry, I'm rushing us.
Just a repeat of the motion that's on the table. So it's a motion to recommend to the City Council option C with a substitution of the higher number. So that would be 558 instead of 442 for Sharon Heights, and an exploration of city-owned parking lots.
A design competition related to city-owned parking lots and a further exploration of city-owned land that is not green space.
Just as a point of clarification, I think that the contest that was mentioned earlier was about all downtown lands, not just particularly parking lots.
I'm
think that's
proposing
right.
only parking lots.
You are proposing only parking lots?
Correct.
And you're going to stick with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, that's what we have. And so I believe it's clear now. Should we have some discussion? No? Okay. All right, let's not discuss. Let's vote. Commissioner Pimentel, you're first on my screen, so I'm calling on you first.
Aye.
All right. I'm next. Aye. Commissioner Leach,
Aye.
Commissioner Merriman,
Aye.
Commissioner Bigelow. So late.
Yep, let's get her done.
And Commissioner Horst.
Oh, aye.
All right. Go Housing Commission. The motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We benefited from the back and forth,
We did. We did.
the clarification and the suggestion.
I think you all should try again.
I think we all should go to bed. So
Okay.
it was
To adjourn.
fabulous being with you all and learned a lot this evening. So
All right.
glad to be together.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good night, all.
Thanks,
Thank you, everyone. Thank
Thanks,
you, the
guys.
chairs.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
everyone.
Night, night.
Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, right?
Woohoo! Good job.
Bye.
Talk to you soon.
Like to see.